Of course. Of course, we are off to a wonderful, wonderful start tonight, aren't we? There we go. That's the one. That's the one I was thinking of. God, why am I so loud in my own ears? Let me turn my monitor down. Madness. So loud, I don't need to be screaming into my own headphone. That is much, much more... Yeah, it is. In case there was any doubt, we have confirmed it is, in fact, a Thunderhead stream because it's fucked up within the first 5 seconds. Way to go, me. Way to go, all of us, you know? Maybe, just maybe, we're all Thunderhead. Why is that animated one shouldn't be on? Let's turn that off. There we go. There we go. Yeah, simple. Straightforward. How's everybody doing tonight? Oh my god, you guys, the last few... I feel like my sense of time is so thrown off right now. I've been doing so many different things, and I'm just kind of trying to bring myself back to some semblance of order. Order, like 14 months of subscriptions. My god, Roland, has it been that? It's not even just 14 months, Roland. That's a 14-month streak. Dude, Roland, thank you so much for your support over the last year. So much has happened, hasn't it? And it continues to happen. Guys, I've been learning ZBrush. That's been a whole thing. That's been a whole thing. And I wanted to say, by the way, thank you to everybody who contributed to the donation goal like 6 months ago when we got the Stream Deck, because I've started using the Stream Deck for my 3D modeling, taking common tasks and brushes and things and putting them on my little lit buttons next to my mouse. It's amazing. It's incredible. It blows my damn mind. Oh my god. How are we doing tonight? Everybody, 404th Exile says he's doing good, and I am glad to hear it. There is Sumitha. I've got some stuff to show you, by the way, Sumitha. Some stuff that I've been printing for him. Everything is okay over here. Yeah, the snow was brutal. Sunday was crazy. There's like it's like it came in on a really, really heavy wind, so it's like there's areas where there's no snow deposited at all, just a thin sheet of ice. There's other areas where I got like 3 inches of ice, and then there's areas where I got like 3 inches of ice and then 2 feet of snow on top of it. Oh my god, just trying to clear my walkway so I could get out of my house. It was like breaking up chunks of concrete. And I broke my snow shovel doing it. And then I had to go out and clear out the driveway behind the garage doors. And it had all started to melt. And it was like if I didn't clear it immediately, it was all just going to turn into a big lump of ice and I'd never get out of my garage. And, it's the worst. It's the worst kind of snow. Just the worst kind, and still just everywhere. And it's this heavy, frozen, like crusted ice snow that you can just... I feel like Legolas. You know, when I go out there, like I'm walking on top of it, like I'm all light-footed, but I'm not. I'm huge. It's just solid. Oh, God, and I hope that actually... It melted a little bit yesterday, but we need some more sunshine today. To Square, good to see you. We're the gamers. Lord Hathrier. There's Manro Fasal, still digging out Sumitha. Hathrier got nothing, just some rain. That is disappointing. We got all the snow. We got all the fucking snow. Come take some of mine. Fucking, you can have some, man. Oh, Datron Voltari, good to see you. There's Data Nerd. 404th Exile again says he's doing good. I'm glad to hear that, Exile. Feeling mucho better. Time Chase messed my schedule up, and I hates it. Yeah, okay, so I got my COVID shot the other day. I remember I announced to you guys, and I was all like being a tough guy about it, you know? I was like, I don't feel anything. Oh, they put it in my arm. I don't even feel sore. Like, what's everybody complaining about? The next day, I was just like, fucking over. I just felt like shit. It is amazing the absolute toll that takes out of you. But you know, a couple weeks, I'll be able to get the second one. Apparently that's gonna hit me even harder. Happy birthday to me, right? Like, yeah, okay. But here's the thing, once that's done and once I wait the period after it, like, because the wife and I are gonna miss our anniversary again this year. Well, we're not gonna miss it, we're gonna have it, obviously. But we're not gonna be able to go out on our anniversary. So we've been kind of saving up a number of dinners since all this shit started, and I am gonna go. I'm gonna take my stimmy check. I'm gonna go to Sonata's Sushi, and I'm gonna eat like all the fish. You remember, you know, people talk about how we're like overfishing the ocean right now and we're all going to die thanks to economic collapse. I'm going to single-handedly contribute at least a full percentage point to that ecological collapse. I am going to punish the world with my hunger. That is what I am going to do. And you know what? It's going to be nice. It's going to feel good, like destruction almost always does. Vergaderung's so tired. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Really sad. Mini keyboard you use when ZBrushing died on you. Dude, I've got an old Nostromo N52 that's been running for like 20 years? Can it be 20 years? Is that how old the N52 is? They don't make it anymore. They no longer produce or distribute the software that supports it. So I'm just like running on an old copy that I have on a thumb drive. And it's just like a half a keyboard and like a little directional pad and a couple extra buttons and a little shifter button. It's very, very simple. And these days you gotta spend a lot of money to get the equivalent of it. But the Nostromo, between the Nostromo and I got one of those little Space Mouse things, that's coming on Saturday. So I'm gonna have the Nostromo on my left hand. I'm gonna have the Space Mouse on my right hand, and then the Stream Deck also on my right hand, and then probably another mouse sitting by for all the things it can't do. And I'm gonna try to teach myself how to use all these things simultaneously, because I've been doing a lot of 3D design over the last few weeks. You guys might have noticed I keep posting about it. Thank God I'm actually finishing those projects now. It's really starting to wear on my hands. Like, I'm to a point where if I keep doing this, I've got to take the health of my wrists and my fingers into account, or I am going to regret it in a very short period of time. Very, very short indeed. I am sorry to hear that, though. We're the Gamers. Drakari, good to see ya. Making me more and more want to be him when I grow up. I haven't grown up, man. I'm like, you want to be me when you grow up? Who do I want to be when I grow up? I don't fucking know. I got no clue. Need a flame torch to melt it all from the driveway. That seems like a great idea until it all freezes into a sheet of ice. You gotta move it. You gotta actually move it. Thankfully, when it's dry out, it's real dry, and things dry up pretty fast. Up here, Riot's sister, always good to see ya. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for being here. Let me get down through chat and see what's going on. Getting stage 2 on my birthday, that's crazy. Yeah, it's not even like, didn't do that on purpose. It just happens that I'm getting my stage 2 on my birthday. And yeah, apparently that's gonna put me down for at least a day or so. So obviously I'm looking forward to that. Thunderhead, Ocean Destroyer. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do my very best. By the time I'm done, there shouldn't be any yellowtail left. Just gone. All the fatty tuna in the world, gone. Into, you know, me. No tablet for ZBrush. It's a... Oh, yeah, no, dude. I have a tablet for ZBrush. I have an iPad Pro and an Apple Pencil. But there are some tasks in ZBrush that I would rather have the mouse control for. And I did, like, connecting the tablet and running, like, Duet Display takes a minute, so if it's just, like, a simple task, I'm not going to bother with that. But if I'm sitting down to ZBrush for a while, yeah, I put in the iPad Pro, I run Duet Display, I pull it over onto my tablet, and I sit there with my pressure-sensitive stylus. I still need to calibrate that, because I know ZBrush can respond to the pressure-sensitive stylus. I have all these, like, I have tools that people talk about when they're like, I've been doing ZBrush for 5 years and I'm thinking about getting this, and I'm like, I just learned how to use ZBrush the other day, and I'm... I don't know. I guess this means I gotta get good at it. Oh my god, my god. I should actually catch up to chat, what do you think? Or something made of wood catches on fire. Yeah, there might have been an incident when we first moved out here where the entire property nearly burned down. Doing something like that. And it was the reason that the rear corral and the back part of the property was all toasted and destroyed, and I ended up having to go back there with a tractor and a chain and just pull up fence posts, like big, nasty cattle posts that had been driven 60 years prior. And oh, that was a pain because so many of them were burned and they would snap off near the ground, and oh, that was a solid month of work just pulling that crap out. That wasn't great. That was not great at all. Had a giant cloud hovering today, and now that's all gone. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. A little bit of weather is good. Shock 21, it's good to see you. Birthdays are overrated, I agree. I no longer need the reminder that I'm getting old. I feel it. I feel it every day. I feel it every time I go to lift something heavier than like 30 pounds. I'm like, oh, that's right. it's all downhill from here. I'm reminded of that bit that Louis C.K. did. When he was talking about, like, you know, he gets pain, and he says, you know, I go to the doctor, and the doctor's like, okay, well, here's what happened to you. You pulled this, you strained that, so, okay, you got to do this exercise every day. You got to make sure not to do these things, you know, take this supplement. And he says, okay, doc, how long do I do that for? And he says, oh, no, that's just something you do now. Like, this is, for the rest of your life, that's how long you do that. Because you don't heal anymore. Congratulations, enjoy the downslope. Yeah, that's all too real these days. One day we'll be able to celebrate our birthdays together properly as it was meant to be. The Riot Sister, the Thunder Brother. That will be a good time. I am so looking forward. So, like, one of the only people I've seen in person in the last year has been Hethrir. And oh god, does that ever... That gets old in like 20 minutes. Around a Hethrir, you're just like, you know, you hang out, and it's like a half hour goes by, and you're like, okay, yeah, I get it, you know, we can end this. Let's just get the fuck out of my face. Oh, hey, Hethrir's in chat. What's up, man? How you doing? How are things? Hope you're having a good day. One day Thunderhead will read all of chat, but that day is probably not today. I do try to keep up, but it's you guys' fault for chatting so much. Get fucked. Dude, that jalapeno mac and cheese, I had a dream about that the other night. I'm laying in my bed, I'm dreaming, you know, the time when I'm usually like, you know, who's gonna be in my harem one day, kind of a dream, and it turns out who's gonna be in my harem was Hethrir in the kitchen making me jalapeno mac and cheese. That just completely overtook all the other fantasies. It was amazing. That shit was incredible, dude. And I got a... What was that additive that you put in it to thicken it up? That was... Oh. This guy can cook. Hethrir can cook, which is great, because I don't want to say I can't. Like, I can. I'm physically able to cook. There are a few things I even know how to make, but I don't, like, love it, and I suck at it a little bit, so... We pretty much dump all that on Hethrir when we're hanging out, and I'm glad that he enjoys doing it. Oh, that pain, that's yours to keep. Yeah, don't say happy birthday, just congrats for another trip around the sun. Congratulations, staying vertical for another 365 days. I don't know what I'm doing right, but it's got to be something. Let's paint some stuff. What do you say? I'm going to try to finish off these 9 Reavers that I've got for the Eternus Continuum today. Get started on my Marauder Cyborgs. I wanted to show this off, because I was showing this to Sumitha. I'm printing some of these for Sumitha right now. They're these mobile repair vehicles, and I've just got some pins kind of loosely put in here right now. But this is pretty cool. The guy who made this is maybe a little bit nuts, and the scaling on all these parts is like, his tolerances were way too tight. Like, this rear arm doesn't really fit all that well without a little bit of modification. About all the barrels need to be kind of trimmed down and drilled out, but this little arm supports that can just kind of come out. And can you actually fit that down in the... No, you can't fit the whole arm down in here. There is a folding version of this arm. Oh, maybe you can. Yeah. Oh, you totally can. Even the fully extended one. You can just kind of stuff it down in there. Okay. Alright, credit where credit is due. And that shuts up like so. It's pretty cool. I need to trim my fingernails, damn. Getting out of control over here. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. All the tolerances are not... They're a little bit off, but with a little bit of help with a hobby blade and a 1mm drill bit, you can still make all the hinges fit. I think Sumitha, we were talking earlier, I think he was saying he's probably just gonna glue them in place. Which, yeah, that's... I would recommend that. Like, because this thing, it's cool, but once you put paint on this, then you're like, oh, I'm gonna fold this up, and I'm gonna open up these doors, and derbity-derbity-doo. Which I believe you do have to say when you do it. But the moment that you do that, you're gonna start wearing paint immediately off these little hinge barrels. But I did manage to make this work with just some simple paper clips. If somehow you were able to just leave the resin bare, this would be actually pretty cool. But if you're painting it, yeah, you're probably just going to want to glue it. But I figured I'd show off the hinges since I did make them work once on the first one that I printed. Hamburg tack. 6 months of Thunderhead. The very best sort of head. Wait. No, we're just gonna move on from that one. Anyway, Hamburg Tag, thank you so much for the resubscription, man. I appreciate that. Nanotanks, 11 months of sub. Thank you so much for that Prime sub, Nanotanks. You guys, after this last week where I missed like 3 streams, like in the last 2 weeks, I've missed like 3 streams. It's been crazy. It's been one thing after another. Just blah, 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 blah. And I'm glad to be back. Glad to be back sitting here in front of my little camera. I've got a lot of work to do this summer, but I'm really gonna be pushing to try and push the stream over to actually doing some tabletop gaming. I got those cameras that Teal Security recommended. They seem excellent. I've got some great ideas for how it's gonna be set up. Now I have to do it. I need to build the dedicated streaming rig, and I need to figure out how I'm going to run my internet out there. But I've got most of the parts, and I've got the ideas. It's just I need to make, rubber meet pavement a little bit. But I think that's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a good way, particularly to play BattleTech, since BattleTech uses, a hex grid. It would be harder to play games like Warcaster, where you can move in any direction, do all sorts of fiddly little stuff. But as far as playing a little BattleTech against you guys, where it's like, redeem some points. I move that unit, rotate him this much, move this many hexes. Really, really easy to do. And I think that sounds like a lot of fun. And we're probably going to find out once and for all just how fucking bad I am at tabletop games. And there'll be video proof. That'll be just, It's exciting. It's an exciting time. So yeah, here's the MMRV though. I hope you like it, Sumitha. Gonna be making a few more of these for you. I've also got some mechs printed out. I'm not gonna. I can send this one to you with the pins in place if you want, but the rest of them I'm just gonna send it to you in parts. Hope you don't mind. It's big. I think it's as big as it needs to be because when you open it up, you open up the little repair bay doors and everything, which are a little sticky. There we go. And then you say, put a battle Mac in front of it. It's about the right size. Even on a base, it's about the right size. So it's large, but it's large because it has to be, Absolutely, Sumitha. It's really no problem. It's ending up being a fair amount of resin, and I may take you up on your offer just to cover the materials, because I didn't realize how large these were. Like, this is solid. I don't print anything in this scale hollow, because it can be a huge pain in the ass. This is solid fucking resin. Is the bot borked? Let me find out. It shouldn't be. It should be on. Let me deal with it. Its token expires like monthly, and it doesn't tell me when it happens. Yep. Let me refresh its token real quick. I'll be right back, and then the bot will be up.
Stiff bristles out of my wet fluids. I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
It's working! It's working! Look at that! I said I'd fix a thing, and I did it! Constancy is an important trait.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Oh, I made some hex bases, and this is something that I'm going to be sending more of over to Alex at Steel Warrior. He wants, oh no, Sumitha, there's those little, like, energy pods that hang off the bottom. They gave me some grief, right up until I figured out how to support them, and then I just ran off a bunch of extras. So there's actually extra arms in the box that I'm sending you. But I wanted to show this to you guys. We did some hex bases before. They were kind of small, and that's just because that's sort of how I prefer to do my hex bases. But I developed these ones, and you can't see the texture very well because it's resin. If I angle it, you can kind of see it. But we're going to be doing some more bases like this with more detailed textures and scenes on them. I'm working on a set of these right now that have a little bit of urban ruins in either corner, and these are resin printable, and we'll be doing these in pre-supported forms. They came out very nice. Lately I've had a bit of a breakthrough in figuring out, because you guys, if you tried to print resin bases before, you know that it tends to flatten out, particularly if you're doing hard corners and edges like this. There is a way to support these in such a way that they actually print pretty reliably and pretty damn sharply. So we're going to be doing more of these overall in more textures. Yeah, We're the Gamers, you'll find every single set of bases that I do. I'm now doing in multiple formats, including base toppers, flat bottomed, and then bottoms with voids for magnets or washers. And yeah, you're not winding up with the elephant. Well, because these aren't printing flat against the plate like this. They are printing angled about like this against the build surface. And then they are supported in such a way that they still maintain that nice crisp edge on bottom. But these are just about perfectly sized to the CGL bases with textures right in there. Riot Sister, of course, of course.
Hello there.
Don't forget the 25, 40, 55, 70 bases, please. Wait, which ones? Which, you're going to have to remind me, White Wolf, because I'm drawing a blank in this moment. I probably have it written down someplace. You just talking about the basic rounds? Like the toppers? Because I'm doing those too. But we're going to have a number of bases, is the point. Between these, the urban ones, and we're also doing some FDM printable ones, because these are the ones that you are going to want to do in resin, and then we're going to have some that you can do on an FDM printer with just ironing turned on, and that's going to work out. That's going to work out pretty well. Holy hell. Captain Mad Love raiding the stream. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in, Raiders. Captain Mad Love, I hope you had an excellent stream over there. Welcome in, everybody. Dave's Mini Art, 7 months. 7 months of subscriptions. Thank you so much for that, my friend. Dave's Mini Art, by the way, very, very talented painter. Speaking of talented painters, there's Captain Mad Love, one of the most prolific painters right here on Twitch, and an absolute pleasure to watch. Guys, if you're not following Captain Mad Love, thank you so much for that shout-out, Riot Sister. Please go give her a follow. Check out her next stream. They're very active streams for a damn good reason. I hope that you had a good stream, Captain Mad Love. I'm just showing off a couple 3D printed items that I did recently before we get started painting a little bit of Warcaster Neo Mechanica. Do they have the raised inset on the bottom? No, they're flat. Which is, I mean, like, categorically better. I don't know why you would want... Unless this is shaped to something in particular, like fitting a washer or fitting a magnet, because there are going to be versions of this that do have a couple different shapes in the bottom. But when you buy the STL set, you're just buying, like, the whole thing. These ones were just testers to see that if I could get the... Why would you want them to match on the bottom? What? No, the less material is... Guys... Flat-bottomed bases are superior, and I'm not budging on that one. That's just the truth, and you may just have to deal with that. Though I'll tell you what, it's not hard. It's not hard to match what the bottom of the RP. Are you playing with people who are like, let me see the bottom of your base. Let me see the bottom of your base. Make sure that it matches. What's wrong? The bottom of your base doesn't match. Ugh, table flip. Who the fuck are these people? Ridiculous. But I just did 4 in this real basic kind of desert pattern, and this has been part of me learning ZBrush, is doing these more complex and more textured patterns. Thick Mike, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for getting that shout out done. You have played with people like that. Romeo Void, I have some advice for you. I've got a fix. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the fix? Stop playing with those people. They suck. There are plenty of other people to play with. Don't do that. Don't put yourself through that, man. It's all wrong. It is all wrong. No, there'll be a couple different versions available, though. And I've also started doing... You've seen the bases that I've gotten done for Warcaster Neo Mechanica, these industrial sci-fi style bases. I've redone all these so that they are available in toppers as well, because some people have noted that Privateer Press games, they're like, you have to use the official bases now, you can put stuff on top of them, but make sure you use the official bases. Fucking Privateer Press. I shouldn't say mean things about them. They've been very kind to me so far. But now you can print these as toppers that just glue right down on top of an official Privateer base. So that's something. I'm not going to be doing that because I don't care. But, you know, you can. And that's cool. That's cool. You know, make it available to everybody. What else have I got? I wanted to show you guys part of a model. I'm not going to be painting this guy today. But it's a Warjack that I got for Warcaster. So what you're saying is flat bottom bases make the gaming world go round. Flat bottom bases make the gaming world not wobble and fall over, and that in a way does make the gaming world go round. So I'm gonna have to just go ahead and agree. Just go ahead and agree. Then less material is muy caliente. I mean, nanotanks, like, none of us are producing that many of them, you know? Oh, it was a... Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed I didn't get that was a Queen reference until you pointed it out to me, and then I'm like, fat bottom girls, they make the rockin' world... Okay, yeah, I get it now. I understood that reference. I am starving. Really good to be able to raid you, take care of the crew, and have a lovely stream. Thank you so much for the raid, I really appreciate it. Go get yourself something to eat. For the love of God, I completely understand. Like, I raid and run every single time. I never expect people to raid and then stick around. You've been streaming, for God's sake. Go eat something. Get that blood sugar back up. Take care of yourself. Captain Mad Love, thank you so much for the raid once more. Hang on, let me figure out how these go together. I want to show this to you because when they're combined, this is a really, really cool model. Okay, it goes like that. So, Manix the Lemur, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Here's a big, dag-nasty metal Warjack for Warcaster. They're well put together. They actually hold together really well, even just with glue. But you can see the size of this guy and the general shape. He's got this pod on his back. He's kind of hunched over. His head sticks out his front, right? Now, I haven't built this other one yet, but that's the Scourge Warjack. This is the Nemesis Warjack, which let me orient it for you. So this is the torso. You can see he has the same little pod on his back right here, and his head. And this is what I mean, too, with Warcasters moving more and more and more into resin and away from metal. His legs go on here, his arms go on here, his head comes out here. And then, because he is a flying Warjack, they're like, what does he need? He needs the vast majority of his torso to be one giant fucking jetpack. Just one giant jetpack. There are little metal parts here that attach to be like fins and thruster nozzles and stuff like that, but it's crazy. I love the design of this Warjack, and I'm really looking forward to painting it, because it's, like I said, this is mostly rocket thruster engines. Like, it's a bit out of control. The Nemesis is. But we're not going to be working on a Warjack today. We're going to be finishing off some infantry and then getting into some cyborgs. Cyborgs. That's the wrong head. What is that doing over here? Head goes with this guy. Metal is love. Yeah, I mean, this should tell you something about the quality of the gameplay of Warcaster that I'm bothering with metal models at all, because normally I avoid them. For plastic or resin to find something heavy in the base makes the mini much easier to play with, hence a bit of a void is nice to glue something heavy into. Bigger the void, well, the nanotanks. It's almost like I do too. I do this with all my bases. Any base that you get from me is going to have a version with a void in the bottom for you to put a magnet or a washer as well as the flat bottom, but it's always going to wind up being a flat bottom by the time you're done with it. Already here's Cybern's Canadian war cry of magnets echoing from the horizon, seeing how that metal miniature has been modified. Yeah, I've magnetized parts of it. I have indeed. Hang on, let me catch up here. How do the three factions play in Warcaster out of curiosity? Pretty well. They're not totally balanced, but they're still releasing a number of things for them, and some of it depends on what terrain you're playing with, because one of the factions, the guys that I am making today, that I'm going to be working on, the Eternus Continuum, these guys specialize in having stealth mechanics and phase mechanics where they can move through walls, so they benefit quite a lot from having a good amount of terrain. But generally speaking, there's the Eternus Continuum, these guys, and they're sneaky. They have really weak infantry, because they're meant to they're like rabble, they're like cultists. And then they have their primary, like, damage-dealing unit are these guys that I'm also going to be working on today, called the Marauders, who are just big-ass combat cyborgs. They have really, really good combat casters in the forms of their Immortal Weavers, and then they have melee-oriented warjacks that are pretty badass. There is the Marcher Worlds, who I don't have any of. The Marcher Worlds are lightly armored, they're fast-moving, they're easy to maneuver, and they have really, really long-range, hard-hitting weaponry. In many circles, they're regarded as kind of the best faction right now. And then there are the Iron Star Alliance, who are tough. They're really, really hard to shift, and they've got surprisingly good they're kind of middle of the road. Like, they can do a little bit of everything, and they're very, very heavily armored. A lot of the game depends on not just how good the unit is that you're using, but how you use them and how you respond to things on the field, because it's very easy to find yourself with units that are accomplishing nothing. And knowing when to pull them off the field and then spit them back out of a void gate is kind of an important part of playing, which is something that I really admire in a game when I can't just look at the two lists players are bringing and go, oh, that guy's gonna win. Because it depends so much on how you actually play the game. I gotta get some terrain painted, too. I got this guy done. This is one of the terrain pieces that I'm making for Warcaster, which doubles as a deck box. Hey, 00010000U. How you doing? Yeah, I'm excited for the Scythe. The vehicles that are coming out with for Warcaster are very cool. And the one for the Eternus Continuum is basically like a rocket cycle, and then it has a giant blade hanging off the side. So he can just fly by and kind of lop your head off, I guess, is the idea. Now, the internal part of this, there's actually another one printing now, because this one doesn't fit just how I want it to. But the idea is that you print these two parts separately, and you glue them together. Now, this one has infill, which you can see in the patterning there. And that's something I fixed in the next version. There won't be any infill, so when you light up the inside of this, the light will show better, diffuse less, and you won't wind up with these lines showing up. And the little clips on this one didn't work. They were the wrong size, but the idea is that this is going to go down over your cards and kind of lock into the base down there to become a piece of terrain. But you can remove the top of this piece of terrain, and in it you have all of the cards that you need for the game. All of your unit cards, all of your spell cards, stuff like that. Yeah, so cards are the mystery item. And then, because let's face it, it's a terrain piece, and you're going to be pulling your cards out of it when you're playing, and then, you know, you're probably going to wind up with one or two that you're not putting cards in anyway, because who has that many cards? Well, there's something pretty cool you can do with it then. And this is also true of the Energy Geyser terrain, and this is something I'm going to be exploring with more terrain in general as I continue working with this, these transparent plastics, this PETG. Let me grab something real quick. 1 second. Okay, there we go. So this is what I've been using, are just these cheap, got them from Amazon, they're bright white LED flicker tea lights, I think they're called. And you flick them on, and they do this little flickering pattern, right? So I just take one of those, and put it inside here when there are no cards. Put these on. Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat? I like this. And I mean, you could use this for any game that needs cards and is vaguely sci-fi. Like, this wouldn't look out of place on essentially any sci-fi board, and if the game has cards, you can put cards in it. Or don't! Or just put lights in it. You know? I'm really... So, the infill pattern idea is an interesting one, Sumitha, and something that you can do is reduce the number of layers that you're using so that it does print an infill pattern, then set your infill pattern to like honeycomb. And then you get a little hex pattern that lights up. But I'm just going for smooth on my first run of this. Now, I've been using this material called PETG on my 3D printer lately. It's poly something something glycol. I only remember the first 2 letters. It's basically PLA, but it also has glycol in it. And you'd be familiar with this material because it's what a lot of water bottles are made out of. And it prints, the only difference between how it prints from PLA is that it prints at a higher temperature, so around like 235, 240, instead of down around like 200 to 210. And it doesn't generate any smell, and it gives off no toxic fumes of any kind, unlike some other materials you're going to print in like ABS. It's also really tough. It's surprisingly tough and flexible. I've heard people say it's as tough as some ABS plastics that they printed in. It's very, very flexible, and it comes in these translucent colors. I've got translucent red, I've got translucent blue, I've got translucent yellow. So I'm going to be doing different versions of these inserts so that I can have different ones glowing in, different colors. Because the factions in Warcaster are kind of differentiated by the color that they glow. Eternus glows red, Iron Star Alliance glows yellow, Marcher Worlds glows blue, and then blue also ends up being just sort of the generic arc color on top of that. It introduces a lot of potential, though, in these multi-printed parts with lights inside of them. This, again, like I said, this is something I'm going to be exploring more with more and more terrain. Vergaderung has filled my head with the possibilities that this represents. And Verg, is that what you've been using, is PETG for your transparent prints, or have you been using a PLA? Because I've just found these transparent PETGs to be much more friendly, easy to use, and good and strong, so you can give them some flex. You can work in some mechanical closures and stuff like that. Almost looks like the Tesseract, right? We are the same, Captain. You could have had the power of the gods. Do I do a good Red Skull? I don't think I don't. I'm just gonna say right now I don't. I rewatched Infinity War and Endgame the other day, and I was freshly disappointed at, like, I think I understand now why they did Red Skull dirty the way that they did. Like, I get it. It was, officially the end of the first phase of Marvel, their whole movies, right? And Red Skull was an enemy from one of the very first Marvel movies that they did as part of that cycle. He was the enemy from Captain America, the First Avenger, which is now inaccurate because apparently Carol Danvers is the first Avenger. Whatever. And I think that they were just like, we never resolved what happened with him, and we decided a lot of things since then, so we need to make up an answer for what the fuck happened to Red Skull so that we can close out this era of the films and we can stop asking that question. And I think that's why they did it to him. But yeah, then you put your cards in there and you've got this nice little... this is not the most compact piece. It's fairly large. But the thing is, it's got your cards in it, and you would be taking up more space than this just storing your cards and then a terrain piece. And I like the idea of having all my stuff in place, so I can just bring a box with my terrain in it, set my terrain down, unpack it, pull out my cards, pull out my tokens, set up and play. Right? I think that's a cool idea. Using Crystal PLA. I haven't used that. I went right to PETG because I like that it's a little stronger and a little more flexible. And I wanted to see if I could print it on my Ender. I would say something about that. If you're going to be printing in PETG, this is one situation. A lot of people remove that silicone sock from the hot end of the Ender 3. You need that if you're going to print in PETG. Because getting to those higher temperatures, like 235, 240, if you try to maintain that temperature, you're going to set off your thermal runaway alarm unless you have that silicone sock, because that does a lot to maintain that temperature. It is a noticeable difference. It is the one time that I've been like, oh, that's what that's for. Okay, I gotcha. You say that, Mongolian Chief, but they were just like, oh, the Avengers are named after you. I don't like that movie. I just don't like it. What temp do you print PLA at? Depends on the PLA. Dave's Mini Art. I tend to hover between 200 and 210. The GST 3D stuff that I have right now does really well at 210. That file set should be available tomorrow. Liquid Nebula. I'm sorry I didn't say anything. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. to the Storm Chasers. Shit. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, okay? I forgot one thing, and then we can get started painting. Okie dokie. The mat that I put my chair on has been folding up lately, and it's one of those things where then you roll wheels across it and the fold just gets worse and worse. What a pain! How you doing, Ren? Good to see you. Is this War Machine? I love playing War Machine. So this is the new one from Privateer Press. This is Warcaster Neo Mechanica. If you like War Machine, you'd probably like Warcaster. Warcaster is a really quite fun game to play. And it is technically a continuation of the story after the whole thing with the Infernals and the Gate and blah blah blah. I'm not really all that into the backstory of War Machine. I know that there are some people who are, and I know that it's quite extensive, so I try not to comment on it too much because I don't know what I'm talking about. In many ways, this works for me because it's like, I've looked at War Machine in the past and been like, where the fuck do I start? Well, this is actually a decent place to start because it's like a new story. Alright, let me take a look at my brushes. Go. Should be the one. Did not refill my paint water, that's okay, just dealing with some dirty paint water today. No big deal, I've done worse. Alright, now I know just what I'm doing with these guys today. Start with some rust brown and a little bit of dwarf skin, highlighting up my leathers. think that's among the last steps I have to do on these guys. A little bit, I'm going to push the glow on some of them, and then I'm calling these guys done. They are just infantry. I'm not going to spend any more time on them than I have to. Want to play Warcaster, but got no one local to play with. 404th Exile, it has been real hard to get anybody local to play just about anything this last year, but I'll tell you what, if you want to try playing the game, there's a large and very active online community on the Discord. And playing on Tabletop Simulator has been a good stopgap for a lot of people. You might consider giving that a shot, if you're interested. And then, you know, as the vaccines go out and the year wears on, we'll probably all be able to get some more in-person games and start pushing our favorite plastic down at the FLGS. This is one of those games where you kind of got to get you got to get some metal, some figures on the table, and show people how the game plays, because that's really when it shines. There's some games that's like, it just looks amazing and I want to play it, and there's some games that you need to actually experience to understand why they're fun. I didn't already do this level of highlights on here, did I? I don't think I did. Well, if I did, I'm doing them again. Quick and dirty, quick and dirty. It's a fairly simple paint scheme that I threw together for these guys that I think kind of shows off most of their more interesting modeled features. If I were doing another set of them, or what I keep telling myself is if they re-release these models in plastic, I'll wind up doing another set of them, and I'll probably spend more time on those ones. Which I figure they will, because they developed this game in-house over the course of the pandemic off of a couple of Kickstarters, so they just kind of used the materials available to them that they already had access to, which was mostly white metal casting stuff. So, as the Kickstarters wear on, as supply chains open up a little bit more, ideally they'll be able to do more and more of these figures in better materials. They're already doing their heavier warjacks and new stuff in resin, and that looks like the direction they're going to go. Which I'm glad. I'll tell you, normally a game being all metal would be kind of a breaker. You know, what's the word I'm looking for? A no-go. You know, there's a phrase for this. A deal breaker for me. Yeah, that's the one. But Hethrir got me on the table and got me rolling some dice, and I just had so much fun playing it that I had to get some. I like the themes, I like the figures, and more than anything else, I like the way the game plays. And a little bit of dwarf skin. White metal is their MO for troops and small shit. Yeah, they've been trying to move away from it. But I think it works better for the troops and small shit. As long as they do resin for the warjacks as soon as possible, which they are, and for the vehicles, which they are, I'm pretty happy. Yeah, the resin is very high quality resin when they're able to get it. What about y'all? What are y'all working on lately? And I'm just trying to... I gotta get 2 skirmish forces of this done. One so I can play with them out of my game room now that I'm actually going to be able to go out there again. Like, I could go out in the winter, but it's always a bit of a pain in the ass. With spring coming up, I'll actually be able to play out there more, and I'm looking forward to that. And then I want to get some pictures of the new terrain that I've made for this, and I need some painted figures so I can do that. It's easy enough to play with unpainted figures if you gotta. If you're like, I want to play the game, but I haven't painted them, fuck it, we'll do it anyway. It is trickier when you're trying to show off terrain, and you're like, well, you know, here's the terrain, and also I haven't painted anything. Please like the way it looks. Oh, you got one of them balls, do you, White Wolf? Not that kind of ball, you guys, come on. Let's try and be mature. Building some Gundams, looking for some new things to play. Well, Sandrock, you know, it always depends on what you're able to get people in your local area into. Obviously, at the moment, I'd be like, play some Warcaster, but, you know. If you're just looking to play some games, it's often best to look around at what your local scene is doing and maybe pick up something that's already popular. I mean, I'm all in favor of pushing new games and building communities and stuff like that. You'll catch me trying to do stuff like that periodically, but at the same time, I'm a bit of a realist, and that's the reason. There are a lot of reasons that 40K is as popular as it is, but humorously, one of the reasons that 40K remains as popular as it is because it's as popular as it is. You can say what you will about 40K, about it being unbalanced, about the models being shite, about the company being, you know, using anti-consumer practices, blah, 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 blah. You'll hear all of this out of me at various times, but here's the thing. If someone spends money on 40K models, I can guarantee them that they will find a game. Someplace. I can promise it. It's very difficult to do that with a lot of other games, and that is an important consideration when you're doing tabletop gaming. It just is. All the models in the world won't do you any good if no one's going to play with you. And I know the plight. Parents used to have to tie a stake around my neck to get the dog to play with me. Where's this Warcaster that does with this Discord, this Warcaster Tabletop Simulator? It is, what's it called? I think it's just called the Warcaster Discord, Lord Friendly. Let me see. It's Warcaster Neo Mechanica is the name of the Discord. Maybe I can get an invite. Hang on. I like how right-clicking doesn't work on this mouse for no reason at all. That should work. That is the Warcaster Neo Mechanica Discord that I am active in. Bought one of those Vega mech/tanks from Rick Graham and I'm contemplating how to paint it. I like the look of that thing. The sci-fi cynic in me looks at it and goes, why does this exist? But if we're just going on rule of cool, I dig it. Oh, that's it for his leather. I'm going to give his pants a red wash. Darken them up. Darken them down, up, down. What's the difference? These guys are all going to get a heavy coating of gloss varnish tonight, followed by a matte varnish through my shiny new airbrush. Well, the brush isn't new, the compressor's new. I've been contemplating doing some faction-specific terrain for these guys that I'm playing, the Eternus Continuum. I'm trying to pick up their main stylistic and thematic influences, and as far as I can tell, the two biggest influences I can find are Brotherhood of Nod from Command & Conquer and Necromongers from Chronicles of Riddick. So I'm going to lean into that for their terrain. As it happens, I've actually been kind of looking for an excuse for a long time to do some Necromonger-esque terrain. Do you remember the inside of their necropolis, their ship palace that they had? There were all these, there were lots of like pokey, stabby things on pillars, which is cool, but the thing that I really liked is there was those big statues, like these really detailed, muscled statues of men contorted into these really hideous and painful looking postures, and then they would have like spears jamming through them and stuff like that, and they'd be like holding up something like the statue is a pillar, and they'd be contorted around so their back was twisted, and there'd be like a spike jammed through them. Like, they're awful. They're just awful. And I wanna make some of that. Now that I'm doing ZBrush, I feel like I can make some of that as terrain, and I've been looking around. I was just like, who's making Necromonger terrain? Somebody has to have picked up on this. Nobody's doing it. And I kind of want to make some twisted, uncomfortable terrain that when you put it on the tabletop, you're like, why would anyone make this? I think it'll look good. And I think it fits the Eternus Continuum style, because they similarly are worshippers of, their leaders are called the Formless Dead, I want to say, is what their top leadership are called, the Council of the Formless Dead, which just immediately makes me think of the Necromongers with their holy half-dead, and their pilgrimage to the Underverse and all that. Because they're like a doomsday apocalypse immortality cult. And within the context of the setting, it seems like their goal is to hijack an ancient alien network designed to conglomerate the souls of the dead into a godlike entity and like kick out all the alien souls and replace them with human souls and make a human god. Which, I gotta say, as far as motives within the universe go, I'm like, that seems like the best of them. Let's do that. Yes, I'm on board. Please do. Screw the aliens. Let's make a monkey god. Reject society, return to monkey. Speaking of returning to monkey, there was an earthquake in Japan on Sunday, and we did not get the latest episode of Attack on Titan. And I guess the airing, like, they had to interrupt that episode like 20 minutes in Japan, so they didn't put it out on any of the foreign or international streaming services. And I guess the broadcast times are really, really strict over there, so they're waiting until next week to air it, and also to go ahead and make that available to us. First Mate Captain Blood Dawn. That'll be Captain Madlove. Thank you so much for the follow, for the double follow. Pretty sure if you screw the right alien, you might get a monkey god. Yeah, I saw Prometheus 2. Well, not Prometheus 2. I guess I did. I saw Alien Covenant. Convergence of Cyrus, but on a grander scale. To square, it is Cyrus. It literally is Cyrus. The galaxy that Neo Mechanica is taking place in is Cyrus. And the convergent god that they worshipped, turns out that it was an alien computer system, effectively, that conglomerated the souls of all the dead in their galaxy into one major godhead. And that was the call that the Convergence received and sort of misinterpreted as a goddess, when in fact it is sort of a god. Arguably. That is, in fact, that is the name of, yeah, that is the name of the galaxy, is Cyrus. And Cyrus Prime at the center is where it resides. What are you doing to me? Pretzel, I've told you not to play this and you just don't give a shit. I've got to license some music. I've got to finally just pay for some licensing on some music that we can play on here that isn't all instrumental free crap. Gonna miss Attack on Titan when it's over. So, they're gonna show both episodes, both last week's and this week's, this Sunday. And then I guess there's only one episode left in the season, and they keep billing this as the final season. But here's the thing, the manga ended, I think it ended like last week. Like, Attack on Titan is actually over now. Poof, it's done. We're out of here. We're done. But it's also significantly ahead of the anime. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that hasn't happened yet. So they're going to be making some kind of an announcement on Sunday, and my money is on either Final Season Part 2, which is kind of bullshit, but also good because I want more of it, or a series of movies to wrap up the storyline. I don't know which one they're going to go with, but my money's on one of those two. My hands are shaky today. Maybe it was the, like, 5 mugs of coffee I had this morning. Nah, that couldn't be it, right? That's crazy talk. We'll make do. One more chapter? Okay, I knew it was over soon. Someone asks you, are you a god? You say, yes. That's such a great scene. Are you a god? He just kind of looks to the guys and goes, no. I mean, you know, not really, no. Need a donation for buying a music license? Oh no, Hamburg Tack, cool your jets, man. Calm your tits, cool your jets. You've donated enough to keep this stream going for at least another year, buddy. You just chill out. That as the final season goes for 20-something episodes. I hope that it does, because there's a lot of stuff that still needs to be resolved. And the final season of Attack on Titan just seems to keep getting stranger and stranger and more upsetting. It has managed to, through the revelation of context, make past events in the series more upsetting than they already were. Which is impressive, making me think back on things that upset me the first time I saw them, and be like, well, this makes it worse. Now that I know why that happened and who was involved, it is somehow worse. Play a game with my dad and his friends called Shadows of Brimstone. That's an excellent game, Sandrock. I have thoroughly enjoyed games of Shadows of Brimstone in my time, and I know that it has a great number of expansions also. And yes, please, no Attack on Titan spoilers in chat. I know we're on the internet and they can be hard to avoid, and I know that people who read the manga are way ahead of us anime-only schlubs, but I am anime-only. Riot Sister is currently working her way up to the most current episodes. Please, no spoilers. If you spoil Attack on Titan in chat, I will ban you. It's a show that I actually do care about. I've been following it since the beginning of it, and we're so close to the end. And it is hard, man. It is really hard to avoid spoilers if you're on the internet at all. There are YouTube videos whose titles are spoilers. It's crazy. You just have to, like, go on the internet and never, ever look up anything. Don't go looking for, you know, episode or character discussions, because they're always going to have some spoilers in them somewhere. Don't go looking for explanations, because there'll be spoilers. And then some people spoil that shit on purpose, and I don't know what they get out of it, but, you know, fuck them. And Riot Sister will, in fact, eat your children. Yeah, I've seen her do it. She'll turn into a mindless titan, and she'll just kind of... Dracari, part of what I appreciated about it is that it is introducing more questions, but it's not introducing more questions necessarily about old things. It has provided explanations, suitable explanations for almost every major question that came up in the first 3 seasons. Almost everyone, not everyone. And that was my big concern, was that they're asking all these questions, they're presenting all these outlandish scenarios. Do they know where they're going with them? Are there any answers? Will they ever give them to us? The answer is yes, they will, and they have. Like, if all you care about is why did the things in Season 1 happen, if you watch the show, you will get explanations for that. The mysteries are about new questions, bigger issues. Some old questions. The identities of some people or the significance of their family names that really haven't been explained yet. Are there any Gundam spoilers left, Sand? Are there any current Gundam shows? I think that... Isn't Iron-Blooded Orphans over? No spoilers on that one, just because I have not watched Season 2 yet. I really like Iron-Blooded Orphans. It's a good show. Is anybody at all excited about the Snyder cut of Justice League? You can be honest, I won't make fun of you. I just want to know if there are people out there who are like, fuck yeah, Zack Snyder. Because every time I see a new preview for it, I'm like, oh, okay. Hooray. Zack Snyder is going to make a 4-hour boring movie instead of, you know, having a 2-hour boring movie taken away from him to be made slightly more entertaining by a hack. But they just keep advertising it to me like I'm supposed to care. It's like 4 hours long, Mongolian Jeef. 4 hours of that shit. I don't know what the point is. Hathaway's Flash for Gundam is coming out, but that novel's over 20 years old. I haven't read it. Well, don't spoil it for me, you bunch of you internet hooligans, you bunch of you folks. Don't do it. Yeah, this is the thing though. Mystery Science Theater, and some people may not know this. I feel like you should if you watch MST3K, but you might not. Mystery Science Theater shortens all the movies that you watch. The truly awful, awful movies that they make fun of, they shorten them. They remove, like, they keep the parts of them that are like, that's bad funny. And they cut out the parts that are just like, what am I doing with my life? Like, just bad. They cut those parts out. So if you watch 4 hours of Justice League, even if you're making fun of it, at a certain point you'll just be like, what am I doing? What is happening? How did my life come to this? Will be the question that you ask, and you may not have an answer, you may not like the answer even if you find it. I don't understand at all why people think that giving Zack Snyder more time to express his brain-dead vision is going to help anything. It's the worst thing you can do is give Zack Snyder more time. I'm not saying that Joss Whedon improved his vision at all. Joss Whedon is similarly kind of a talentless hack. He spent all of his good ideas like in the 90s and maybe the early 2000s. But I don't think that... It would be like if you gave me a movie and you were like, well, it was written by Ridley Scott and then Joss Whedon did a recut, I'd be like, well, show me the Ridley Scott cut. It might not be, like, good, but it will at least be interesting. It will at least propose some questions, even if I don't care what the answers are. I would kind of like to know what Ridley Scott had in mind. But when you replace that with Zack Snyder, I'm like, I don't care. I do not give a shit what Zack Snyder has to say about anything. I struggle to think of a worse person that you could put the DC films in the hands of. He has publicly admitted to not understanding or liking the DC comics. Like, I don't get it, you guys. I don't get it at all. But I'm talking about it for some reason. So, you know, take from that what you will. What's up, Fluke Skywalker? How you doing, man? I'm gonna watch it. Yeah, like, I might end up watching it because it's like I pay for HBO Max anyway. I don't know what that means. We're moving forward into a new and exciting world of at-home film entertainment where even bad movies get super popular because, like, I don't have to actually expend any extra effort to watch them. I've watched several movies that I would not otherwise have watched simply because I did not have to leave my home. I watched Bloodshot with Vin Diesel, and I was like, it's fun. It's fun. I wouldn't go to a theater to see this, but I'm not sad that I watched it at home, you know? Bill and Ted 3. I probably would not have made it to the theaters to watch that one based on what it was, and I would have missed out because I really enjoyed that one. Oh yeah, that sounds great, Ibberben. Wow, you really found a trifecta of things to just sort of piss me off at the very concept, didn't you? Well done. You know me too well. Is the Flash gonna fall into somebody's boobs? Actually, that was Whedon. I don't think Snyder would have done that. I know it was Whedon because he did the same fucking thing in Age of Ultron. He had Quicksilver fall into Natasha Romanoff's boobs. Like, it's exactly the same joke. He did it twice. And it was never funny. I'm doing pretty good, Fluke Skywalker. Thanks for asking, man. Petition for Zack Snyder for Pacific Rim 3. You know what, Walter's Workshop? Pacific Rim 2 was so fucking bad, I'd be like, yeah, sure, give him a shot. Because here's the thing. You might have picked the wrong troll there, Walter's Workshop, because something Zack Snyder can do is take other people's writing and make it look really good. He can't write shit himself. If you're like, Zack Snyder, write this thing, he's like, and then they fight, and then the explosions, and then it's like he's on a cross, like we're gonna make him look like he's crucified like Jesus, because that's deep, and then he punches him again. Like, this is the Zack Snyder writing process. Boss Level wasn't the worst movie I've ever seen, but that's kind of my point. That's sort of my point, Hipperben, is that the move to all streaming access has lowered our standards to the point where now all a movie has to be is not terrible. And it is elevated to the place that pretty good would have been a few years back. And I'm not necessarily saying that's even a bad thing. I'm just sort of observing it as an interesting shift. Like I said, there are many movies that I would not have gone to theaters to see that I have wound up watching right here at home. By the way, I don't know if you guys have watched Extraction with Chris Hemsworth. I think it's Chris Hemsworth on Netflix. But dude, watch that movie. Watch that fucking movie. Oh my god, watch it right now. Stop watching my stream. Go to your television. Turn on Netflix. Put on Extraction. It's so fucking entertaining. There are some long action shots in that movie that blew my fucking mind. Like stitched single shots, but really well done. I really, if I haven't made it clear in the last few seconds, I watched Extraction and I really liked it. Really, really liked it. It's not only not a bad movie, it's quite a good movie. The last movie I can think of that I just enjoyed watching in the same way would, like, I don't want to say it's as good as Dread or Pacific Rim. I'm just going to say that it sort of invoked the same feeling of childlike glee that I had while I was watching those. I was just like, yeah, more please. Yes, Chris Hemsworth. Yes, Mr. Hemsworth, sir. Please body slam more people through walls. The story's very simplistic, but it's like, it's serviceable. It does everything that it needs to do. I'm not looking for a complex plot in my, mercenary beat-em-up movies. And for whatever reason, I appreciate a good action movie where the main character is like a little bit suicidal, which kind of explains why he's willing to do all these crazy things. He's like looking for the right opportunity to die, so I'm like, yeah, of course he'd jump off that building. Yeah, it was done, so there's for those of you who've watched it, Thick Mike, Date from Voltari, in Extraction, do you know the sniper? The guy who's on his team towards the beginning of the movie? The sniper dude who looks exactly like Hugh Jackman with a beard? He is a stuntman and a stunt coordinator who has in fact worked as a Hugh Jackman stunt double, and he was the director. He did that movie. And he did a damn good job at it. I think there's something to be said for letting stunt guys do action-packed films. Not all of them, some of them suck. But that one in particular, they should give him more money. Yeah, you know the guy I'm talking about. Step Uncle was Hugh Jackman's stunt double for X-Men, the first one? That's pretty cool, actually. Hold up, Step Uncle? So you're not blood related. So I'm not, you know what, Walter, like you come in here and you're trying to get your flex on. And you know what? I'm not buying it. I'm not even gonna allow it. Step Uncle doesn't count. It's blood or nothing. I'm kidding, that's awesome. Walter, how you doing today? I assume that we got a shout out for Walter's Workshop, but just in case we haven't, could we? Could we please? Because man, there is a paint streamer you should be watching. How are things, Walter? I haven't managed to be in anybody's stream for a little while now. It's been a rough month. Hope things are going well for you though. Hey, party people, what's up, Rio? Yeah, John Wick was directed by the stunt coordinator from The Matrix. I love the first John Wick movie. I've never gone... That's not true. I've rarely gone from hot to cold. You want to flex? I stole Clint Eastwood's silverware. Good, fuck that guy. I've never gone from hot to cold quite... Well, okay, again, that's hyperbole. I have rarely gone from hot to cold on a series quite as fast as I did from John Wick 1 to John Wick 2. I loved John Wick 1. It was fantastic. John Wick 2 was like a cartoon, and not in a good way. I wish I had many things that the character John Wick has. I don't want his, like, insane trauma and general murderousness. But I would take his stylishness. I would take that. And his puppy. Oh, it was a cute puppy. Any of the multiple puppies, in truth. He had several puppies, and they were all very, very cute. Them feels when you've never seen any John Wick. Walter's Workshop, here's what you get, though, and this is something I'm a little jealous of you getting. You get to watch John Wick 1, and then never watch any of the other ones, and just have that be all you've seen. And that's what I would do at this point if I could. Sandrock 2001, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope we're not spoiling any Gundam for you. It'd be hard to do. I haven't actually watched most of the Gundam series. I watched Wing when I was a child. I've watched 0080, 0082, 0083. Which one was it? Stardust Memory. You know the one. I've watched the Mobile Suit Team. I'm not really all that into Universal Century Gundam. Like, it's a really hard series to break into, you know? I've recently started rewatching Iron-Blooded Orphans because I watched when the first season came out, and then I never watched the second season. So I'm digging through it now and getting into season 2. And I can't help but feel like Iron-Blooded Orphans. Like, I feel like the conversation that took place when they decided to make it was they were like, hey, you guys remember Gundam Wing? You remember how it went on, like, way too fucking long? We could make it in far fewer episodes, and we could fix some of the characters. Because it's, like, the same story. Just the same story. But more competently told. and a little less Super Sentai. Original Gundam was a lot of fun. I haven't watched Gundam The Origin. I have not. God damn it, Walter. No, nobody ever needs to watch G Gundam. No one ever needs to watch G Gundam. That show is so... it's so, like, it's just casually racist in that way that only Japanese people can get away with. Because, like, right next to the, you know, American in the 10-gallon hat, whose Gundam's theme is, like, cheeseburgers with fried eggs on top of it, there's, like, the Mexican luchador Gundam. And it's like, okay. This hand of mine glows with an awesome power. No, Verg, you're wrong. Everyone does not need to watch G Gundam. Gus Schultz, good to see you, man. Welcome into chat. How are things, man? How goes the, speaking of giant robots, how goes the nauseating Fly Titan? One of my favorite things ever, I have to say. Yeah. Football helmet, surfboard, cowboy pistols, boxing mitts. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. And it's like, in ways, I feel like G Gundam isn't stupid enough. Because, like, Kill La Kill is stupid. Kill La Kill is a stupid, stupid show. But it's the right kind of stupid, and it is stupid enough. It knows that if you're gonna be that kind of stupid, you gotta be real stupid. Real stupid. In order to cross the threshold. Oh, hey, I've got a button for that. Threshold! Take us to the threshold! And if you're not willing to be that stupid, then you kind of have to just not do it. And I might rewatch Kill La Kill. That show was bizarrely entertaining for what it was. I always like the semi-pedo nudist teacher whose clothing is always falling off in slow motion no matter what he does. What is wrong with you today, Brush? Why do I keep picking up little bits of debris? Always willing to be that stupid. That's why we keep you around, Walter. That and a bunch of other reasons, but, you know, at least partially that. I'm calling these guys done when they come off my magnet here. Because these are just my infantry and I can't spend any more time on them. I've got other shit to paint.
You're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Who's angering the fox? Hey, Project Dark Fox, good to see you, man. Yeah, Robot Jocks is on Amazon, I saw that. But, you know, if there's anybody out there who hasn't seen Robot Jocks, I'm not going to tell you that it's a good movie. Because by most definitions, it is not. It is not a good movie at all. I can tell you that you will get some of this. But Thunderhead, you're asking, what did I just see? Well, that was the crotch of a giant mech unfolding to reveal a chainsaw. That's what that was. And yeah, that happens in the movie. And if that doesn't convince you, if that doesn't make you go, whoa, I should watch Robot Jocks, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can show you some other shots from it, because I've got them here, you know? I can show you that, which I need to match up with the one from Pacific Rim. I can show you some amazing acting like this.
I never thought that I would say this. But I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
Or some really incredible acting like this right here.
Won't wake your mind until you're dead.
I could show you a robot with a piston fist. But if the chainsaw dick didn't pique your fancy, I don't feel like any of that's gonna make the difference, you know? And a very good evening to you, Pun Expected. Yeah, you're right. The chainsaw dick is not only is the chainsaw dick in the movie, but it is jammed into the face of another robot violently, ending that robot's fight. Like, that is the move that takes the other robot out of the fight. He's getting fucked in the face by a chainsaw. And it's just so delightfully self-aware. But yeah, that's on Amazon. That's on Amazon, and you know what else? Guys, Prospect is on Netflix. And you need to watch Prospect. It's such a good movie. It's like, you know, as Pedro Pascal is getting all this fame for doing The Mandalorian, I'm like, guys, The Mandalorian doesn't show off Pedro's acting chops at all. Anybody could be in that fucking armor. He doesn't do anything. His most notable character trait in The Mandalorian is, like, standing up straight and being indestructible. It's not particularly interesting as far as utilizing him as an actor goes, but Prospect utilizes his actual talent, and Pedro Pascal is a very talented actor. He's also one of my birthday twins. We have the same birthday, which I'm very pleased about. I'm not gonna rant about Mandalorian. I mean, you know what? Mandalorian's over. We're between seasons. I'm gonna wait until next season before I'm like, guys, this is the dumbest thing ever, and that's why I have a subscription to Disney Plus, is so I can tell you how it's dumb. For those of you who are longtime viewers of the channel, you know that is usually how my reviews go. Hell yeah, Sandrock. Dude, thanks for being here. You have a great night, dude. Have fun. I don't White Wolf. My parents got one, and they got, like, the family plan, so I just use their code, but I have no intention of giving Disney any more money than I already have. Oh, my stars and garters. How are things, Walter? Walter, what are you painting right now? Like I said, I haven't been in your stream for a while, so I'm not current on what you're working on. I feel remiss. I should know. Wandering XP is taking a break from streaming, which makes me sad. He's not taking a break from streaming. He's having some visa complications regarding his stay in the UK, and he has to come back to the States, and he's going to be unable to stream until he goes back to the UK, which makes me sad. I'm trying to convince him to jump onto more voice chats with me and, like, podcast movie reviews with me or something like that. I think that'd be fun. If Zack Snyder directed Mandalorian, he might as well. Everybody else is directing it. It's not like he could be any worse of a director than fucking Robert Rodriguez. Trotsky, what's up, man? How you doing? I should, White Wolf. You're not wrong. Prospect was a terrible movie. Kursala, you shut your mouth. Someone unmod Batman. Prospect was a tip. That's ridiculous. I will, you know what? I will accept you saying, I did not enjoy Prospect. That's fine. You don't have to. But don't be coming at me with Prospect was a terrible movie, or we're in a fight. There are plenty of movies out there that I thoroughly enjoy, that I'm willing to just admit, be like, hey, I love this movie. It sucks, but I love it. Lots of movies out there that I'm willing to admit that on because I have, terrible taste in film. But Prospect is a damn good movie as far as the craft of filmmaking goes, and exceptionally well written. Has some issues in the editing and the pacing, I'll admit. But that, and I feel like the main girl doesn't really hold her own in some of her scenes, but man, do they get their money's worth out of Pedro. Working on this creature caster orc figure for way too long, taking a bit of a break from it. I know the feeling. Doing a contest in June, gonna give a go. Oh, nice. I'll be interested to see how that comes out. I enjoyed Prospect. It was just icing on the cake that watching it finally got you to watch How to Train Your Dragon, which I did enjoy. I really did. I am a work bot. I work / sleep / eat. All I do is work. Is work. Is work. I was just learning to love. I feel like if I love a movie, I can't say it sucks. If I like a movie, it can hella suck. I'm willing to say that I love a movie and it's still, not very good. I think Robot Jox is a good example of that, because I think Robot Jox is a terrible fucking movie. It's awful. The writing is so bad. Just embarrassingly shit in some parts, and it's painfully and obviously misogynistic. The way that they treat female characters in the movie, not just from the perspective of the male characters, but from a narrative perspective, is so bad. So bad. But I love the movie. I'll never not love watching it. The big heroic moment where the hero saves a woman is also one of the rapiest moments in the film. And it's clear that the director was thinking, this is romantic. And it's not. It is not. I don't know if I've done a good job with these, red hot saws or not, but at this point, I'm too far into it to give up on it. Has thoughts on How to Train Your Dragon? Not many. I enjoyed it. Riot Sister, thank you so much for the reminder. Matsumoto was the only honestly good character. Yeah, the Japanese robot designer, Matsumoto, was, one of the best developed characters, weirdly, and maybe one of the only ones that wasn't a complete piece of shit. I don't have a hard time believing that, Roland. I imagine that Gary Graham had a blast on the set. I imagine that, because it has, Jeffrey Combs in it, it's got a lot of fun scenes, it's just not, a good movie. It's a very fun movie. And the lady running the genetics program, yeah, but the girl who plays Athena is, bad, and she's treated like shit throughout the entire movie. It's kind of disappointing. But I have a hard time being oh, poor her, because her character is just garbage. Oh, I already did this step. I don't need to do it again. What I would give for a Robot Jox style Netflix show. I know, right? I agree, Sumitha. Athena is a bitch. And she's also treated very poorly by everyone in the movie. She's a bad character, badly realized. But the movie treats her like I'm supposed to care about her, and like I'm supposed to believe there's some sort of budding love story between her and Achilles. But there isn't. There just isn't. I don't care what the movie says. It's not there. Stop motion animated, right? Okay, Roland, you actually have a point there. She is basically a clanner. They call them tubies. Where's the new Ray Harryhausen when you need him? His name's Guillermo del Toro, and he is famously flighty and only works on things that, like, really, really speak to him personally, so it's hard to get any sort of, like, a series or continuation of anything out of him. He only wants to work on things like when he wants to work on them, and if a studio starts putting stipulations on what he is or is not allowed to do, he tends to just be like, okay, I quit. Which is frustrating. It's one of the reasons that the Hobbit movies suck as badly as they do, is because Guillermo made certain very reasonable, to my mind, demands, and the studio said no, and he said, okay, cool, I'm gonna go work on something else. Yeah. I still haven't watched... I know that there's like a Tolkien cut or whatever of The Hobbit out there. People say it's good. I haven't been able to bring myself to actually watch it yet. I probably should. A number of people have said that it's good. I'm doing such an incredibly sloppy job on these models, but I'm at the point now where I'm like, don't care, paint it. Don't care, paint it. Hands shaky. Glorbing all over the place. Don't care, paint it.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and pour that paint on anywhere.
And I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Because you know what? If I care about it that much, I'll come back and revisit them. I think they look good enough for infantry, don't you? This is my opinion, at any rate. Tabletop quality plus, I'll take it. I'll take it, Sumitha. I doubt that, Trotsky. I doubt that, Trotsky. Give yourself infinite time, you might be surprised what you can do. Del Toro robot jocks. Datron, have you seen Pacific Rim? Because, that's kind of what that was.
Elbow rocket! Now!
Pacific Rim is one of my strongest arguments for why it is Del Toro himself that is so special. Because you watch Pacific Rim, and then, you know, if you must, watch Pacific Rim 2, and it's really obvious what happened. One had Del Toro, the other didn't. The other one had, what's his name, Stephen DeKnight, who, as it turns out, is just a talentless asshole who can only direct, like, Buffy the Vampire Slayer action scenes and nothing else. Dude, Heat is a great movie. Heat is legitimately a fantastic film that everyone should see. You know, it's not just like he does Trotsky, all of that is true, but it's like Del Toro, he has a number of things going for him, and one of the biggest ones that fuels all the others, in my opinion, is passion. Del Toro cares about what he's doing, which is why his projects are so off the wall and random seeming. It's why he's like, well, we're gonna do one movie and it's about, you know, a demon boy who fights supernatural enemies for the US government. We're gonna do another movie and it's about giant robots fighting invaders from a parallel dimension. And we're gonna do another movie and it's about a haunted house with spirits stuck in it. Ooh, and we're gonna do another movie and it's about a little girl who escapes into a magical realm to escape the trauma of the horrific fascist reality of her daily life. And then we're gonna do another movie, and this is a movie about a woman who fucks a fish man. Like, what do literally any of these things have to do with one another? And the answer is just Guillermo del Toro. That is what they had to do with each other. Guillermo found them compelling, Guillermo made them. That's it. Similarities over. Yeah, Mongolian Chief, I feel kind of the same way. I liked Pacific Rim the Black, like, right up until almost the final scenes of it, and then I was like, that's silly. The Netflix series ends with the revelation of someone being, I think I called him Kai-Jesus, like Kaiju Jesus, and I'm just like, this is getting weird, even for Pacific Rim. I don't know where they're gonna go with it. I enjoyed the show for the most part, but you know, what are you gonna do? Good spiritual successor to Robot Jocks. Love to see him tackle the political implications of gladiatorial mecha combat for resources. See, that's just it, though, Datron Voltari. Guillermo wouldn't do that, because Guillermo doesn't want to do a story about people fighting people. Guillermo wanted to do a story about people fighting together against a metaphorical hurricane, against forces that are greater than us. He never wanted Jaegers to fight one another, and that was something he was actually very clear on in his directorial notes. He was like, I don't want Jaegers to fight each other. That's not something that we're gonna do at any point in the film. So as much as I think he might do a good job on that, like, I don't think his heart would really be in it because he doesn't want to see it. And that's the trick. That's the trick with Guillermo del Toro. He has to want to do it, or it's not like he's gonna do a bad job. He's just not gonna do it. Director of Robot Jocks pointed out that the whole reason why the robots and Robot Jocks flew into space was to establish they could do that for a second film when an outside invader would attack, forcing the humans to come together. It was still so awkward, though, wasn't it? It was like, we're fighting in Death Valley, punchy, punchy, punch, I guess I'm going to space now, and they fly up to space, and they shoot each other, and they come back down, and they somehow land in exactly the same spot. And it's like, well, okay. I guess they can fly into space. Yeah, thanks to Pacific Rim, I guess we got our sequel after all. I could see that. I think that if you watch Robot Jocks and watch Pacific Rim, you can't come away from that movie, like, if you come away with the impression that Guillermo didn't watch Robot Jocks, you just didn't watch the movie closely enough, because there is a lot of Robot Jocks in Pacific Rim, and I know you keep telling me I need to put the palm fists next to one another, and you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, because it's the same shot. But yeah, Guillermo was all about... he was about the Jaegers as a metaphor. It doesn't matter that making a robot that big is impractical, because they're not really robots. They are a metaphor for what humanity can accomplish when it works together, when it stops fighting itself. Hell, they spell that so clearly out in the movie, like in the first intro when Raleigh is talking, like he says, you know, there are some things you can't fight. Hurricane coming, you gotta get out of the way. But when you're in a Jaeger, suddenly you can fight the hurricane and you can win. Mongolian Jeef, thanks so much for being here today, man. You have a fantastic night. Why wouldn't you fly into space if you go? I mean, we can't... we as a people can fly into space right now, but we tend not to if we don't have to, because it's expensive and difficult and dangerous. The question isn't, like, if you could, why wouldn't you do it? The question is, why could the robots do it at all? What good does that do a gladiator bot? I don't understand it. And as it turns out, within the context of the film, it does them no good, because they didn't do anything. They went up and they came back down. And I mean, realistically, if they wanted to make a sequel where they flew into space to fight alien invaders, like, it would be as simple as a line of dialogue in the first 5 minutes of the second movie where they're like, oh, thank God we installed the booster engines. Like, that's really all it would take. Hello, what's up, Ramzoos? How you doing, man? Guarantee Del Toro watched Evangelion at some point, too. Yes, The impression that I got, though, was that Del Toro watched Evangelion and hated it. Which makes sense to me. Because he was like, we're gonna do a bunch of this stuff, but unironically, because fuck you, depressed Japanese man. I'm enthusiastic Mexican man, and we're gonna fix what you did. And personally, I'm with Del Toro on that one. Like, I appreciate everything that Evangelion did. Well, I appreciate most of what Evangelion did. But maybe mid-suicidal is not the best time to write a robot anime. Like, mid-suicidal ideation, probably not a good time to be writing a show. On the other hand, maybe it's a great time to be writing a show. I don't know, it's very popular. Oh yeah, he did some things that were just straight out of Evangelion. He clearly loved bits of it. They got into a fist fight at the Tokyo Film... Wait, is that real? Did that actually happen? Because that's amazing if it did. I love that. I want to see that. I want to see Del Toro in a luchador mask. just laying the beat down. And I'm not saying that just because he's Mexican, I'm saying it because Del Toro is legitimately into that shit. I think the biggest mistake anyone can make when watching Evangelion is thinking they're watching a mecha anime. Yeah. Well, Datron, and I've said this a number of times, and it's a weird thing on stream, I end up repeating myself a lot, but, you know, I don't say it to everybody all the time, but... Evangelion was written by a man who, number one, was suicidal at the time. This is known. And number two, hated mecha anime. He hated the tropes, he hated the cliches. He knew them all, and he hated them. And on some level, he judged the people that liked them. So Evangelion wears all the trappings of the mecha anime, and it wears them on purpose. But its core goal is to poke fun at, to deconstruct, and to ultimately, make fun of isn't the right word. To sort of lampoon, to skewer. And in a way, it hates you for watching it. In a way, as you watch it, it is actively judging you. I don't think this is necessarily bad, but I think it is something that you need to bear in mind when you watch the show. Is that on some level, the show's like, fuck you for watching me, you dumb son of a bitch. And then the last part of it is literally that same man talking himself out of killing himself. Which is why, spoilers, the show ends with Shinji deciding to live and a bunch of people standing around and clapping and being like, congratulations, you decided not to die. Because that is where he was at the time that he wrote that, was sort of in a self-congratulatory mode in deciding not to die. Which is profoundly depressing. That and the show pretty much completely ran out of money. Yeah, I mean, those both factor in. That has more to do with why there were almost no action sequences in the last spate of episodes and why they reused a bunch of animation. Big O's better. I mean, yeah, you can say that about most shows, though, because Big O is a fantastic show. Like, Of course it is. Big O's awesome. Love Evangelion right up until episode 8. Slow burn character drama, then Asuka's arrival kind of turns into an abusive sitcom for a bit, and the whole thing goes off the rails. Yeah, and I mean, that part of the show is also largely about, like, puberty. That was the deconstructive element, where he was like, okay, so the fate of the world rests in a prepubescent boy, right? Yeah? So let's explore puberty in the context of a boy who's expected to save the world by piloting a giant robot that is his mother. Let's explore what this boy would actually be going through, and thus you have a whole lot of psychosexual confusion, a great deal of shame. I will note that in the latest edit of Evangelion that they released, Netflix did it, right? Netflix recently put Evangelion up. They actually edited out a lot of the homoerotic content, which is a shame, because it was definitely a part of the plot. There towards the end, when he was very, very confused about his feelings towards a certain male-seeming character. But again, it's about a young boy finding his way through puberty, finding out who he is as measured up against the expectations of the people around him, against who he has to be, who they want him to be, who they've built him into in their head before he ever had a chance to discover who he really was. It's a powerful story, don't get me wrong, it's just... I'm more into the robots, that's all. And him, you know, somewhat falling in love with a dude monster is part of the story. Oh yeah, no, Asuka gets horribly abused. They're all of the young characters in that show are deeply traumatized. And yet they're also very, very relatable. Hey, what's up, Cephalid Variable? Yeah, printing some Warcaster terrain up there. Warcaster terrain and deck box combination. And I mean, Asuka worked hard to get where she was, but she had the same problem of why did she work that hard? Why did she sacrifice that much? It wasn't because she wanted to, it wasn't because that's who she wanted to be. It was due to deep-seated emotional trauma relating to her mother. It was because her family never loved her. It was because she wanted to be loved more than anything, and that's the only thing she could find that made people act like they loved her. Because she didn't know what love was. Because she was never given it. Especially the adults are problematic. Jesus Christ. Gendo Ikari is like the worst father in the history of television shows. He's a monster. His position makes a certain amount of sense, but he's still monstrous. And, all the female characters have issues with identity. I think that's absolutely clear when that one, I can't remember his name, the one sort of suave male character shows back up. It immediately becomes clear that these female characters who have seemed so strong and self-assured all this time are not. They struggle with their identities relative to men. They're easily taken apart by their own past trauma. God, that show. Oof. That's what I mean, like, it is a good show. It's just... It's weird because it was so many of our first introduction to mecha anime. So many of us discovered mecha anime through Evangelion, and it is arguably the worst lens to discover mecha anime through. There are few worse ways to be introduced to the genre than Evangelion. It's kind of amazing that so many of us came out of Evangelion actually still liking the genre at all. Oh. My neighbor Totoro. You could discover mecha anime through Sergeant Frog. There are worse places than that. Ooh, Nadesco. Yeah, that's some good stuff. Gendo Thunderhead. Wait, why am I getting compared to Gendo Ikari? What? What? Come on. I'm not that much of an asshole. Glasses and beard. Okay, fair enough. Kind of a short, cropped beard. Want to watch Evangelion, but I'm not dealing with the serious issues that come with it for me. Which, White Wolf, I don't feel like anyone, like, I think that Evangelion is a good show, and I feel like it is one of the ones that I've, like, you should watch, because it is deep and meaningful and will make you question certain things and will kind of blow your mind at times, but I don't think it's really that necessary to watch it. Like, you can kind of skip that one. Unless you're really curious about it, you're probably better off skipping it. I didn't know. No. Sheza, no. Stop what you're saying. Stop it. Robotech or Macross. Sweet memories. Airwalker. God, I know what you mean. Eyes alight with disappointment. Ooh, that kind of connects, doesn't it? Gendo's eyes were always alight with disappointment. Sheza, I did not make you watch the Robert Pattinson space movie whose title I cannot remember. I did not make you watch Robert Pattinson depressed in space with a little girl in a fuck box. I didn't make you watch that movie. I told you not to watch that movie because it's awful. And the questions you have, I don't have any answers because I don't fucking get that movie at all. There were parts of it that I felt like could be good, and then it assaulted me, and I was left confused and upset, and maybe that was the point. No, okay, no, guys, don't, I'm not kidding, I'm not being funny, I'm not like, ooh, I'm gonna say don't watch it so they do. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. Again, I do not remember the movie, nor do I intend to look up the title. It's about Robert Pattinson, it's in space, it's directed by the woman who did, like, Chocolat, and it's horrifying. It is an assault on the senses and the sensibilities. Riot Sister, yes, it's High Life. It is called High Life. No, that's not what that means. No, for the love of Christ. If you have to watch a movie that I recommend from Robert Pattinson, go watch Good Time. Go watch The Rover. Go watch The Lighthouse. Go watch anything he's done other than High Life. Yes, Walter's Workshop, it is an accurate description. Robert Pattinson, in space, little girl, fuck box. That's the movie. I'm not going to describe to you what the fuck box is, because that really is the best description for it, and like The Matrix, you just kind of have to see it to understand it, but you don't want to see it. It's a box, and you fuck it. You fuck it, or it fucks you, or... It's very hard to describe. I think it's probably a metaphor for something... I don't know, man. 82% on Rotten Tomato. Is it really? High Life is 82% on Rotten Tomato? Oh my god. Oh my god, what our species is doomed. I fucking hated that movie. You don't. What is happening? What is happening? Stop it! Oh, Australis, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Don't go watch High Life. All these other people are going off to watch High Life. Don't go watch it. For the love of God, watch Good Time or The Rover or The Lighthouse, but don't watch High Life. I'm not using like reverse psychology recommendations, guys. I'm very honest with my recommendations. If I say that a movie is shit, I genuinely and 100% mean, please don't watch it because I did not enjoy it. I don't mean like, haha, sneaky sneak, I'm gonna get them to watch it, or like I'm trying to keep it from you. No. I mean it's bad. Ooh, it's a square, thank you. High Life, huh? The champagne of beers? Yes. And the fuckingest box in space. Hey, it's on Amazon Prime. Stop looking at... go watch The Lighthouse. Please go watch The Lighthouse. Please go watch The Rover. I think it's on Netflix. Don't judge Robert Pattinson based on High Life, you guys. I would rather you watch Twilight than High Life. I would genuinely recommend watching Twilight. If you've got to watch a Robert Pattinson movie, watch that one before you watch High Life. At least that one is like worthy of hate watching. High Life is an assault on the senses. In some cases, literally. There are volume shifts that are obviously intentionally violent and jarring, and I hate them. I'm sure it was meant to make me feel something. It did. Loathing. Is it an artistically made film? Sure, that doesn't make it good. Artistically, artfully. I think artfully is the word I'm looking for there. Lighthouse is 80%. Rover's only 66. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. The Rover should be way over 66%. The Rover is a fantastic movie. It has Guy Pearce. And I describe it as, honestly, the best description I can give is if you watch the original Mad Max, and you divide that movie into two parts. There's the vroom vroom running down the highway, super cool cars, having a battle on the back of the big rig movie. And then there's the super depressing, the world is over, my family got run down in the road movie. And if you take the vroom vroom highway battle and you run with that concept, you get every movie that happened after Mad Max. If you take the super depressing world concept and run with that, you get the Rover. And that may not sound particularly entertaining, and I won't even pretend that it is. It's not like an entertaining, grab you by the seat of your pants, holy shit, I love this movie. It's a really well-written, thoughtful film. In many ways about the pointlessness of life, which, that may not appeal to you. No, that petition is fucking vetoed. Categorically. Thunderhead's reaction to High Life is like Alan Tudyk in a night. Yeah, like... I will fong you. Pain. Lots of pain. Alright, I'm calling these fucking guys done. I am done painting. Done painting those 9 models. My infantry figures for the Eternus Continuum. Bing, bang, boom, it's over. I lied, I have to do one final step on this guy. I just looked down at him and realized I hadn't done it. Fine, okay, not quite. Almost there. Let me do this step, and then I'm gonna call him done. And honestly, I should have done this step before I did the rest of the saw. But I didn't, so I'm just doing it now, somewhat carefully. There. Kind of like a red hot / glowing fusion saw. I don't know if the effect really works, but I committed to it early, so we're doing it. And I'm just not willing to spend that much time on each one of these guys, considering these models die so fast it's almost a joke. But their point is to have enough of them to sort of rush the point and have nasty fusion saws so people don't get close to them. That they are achieving. Quick red wash over the shadows. A little bit back here. Okay. Now I'm calling them done. I'm going to varnish them a wee little bit later. We've still got some time for me to get to work on the next figures for Eternus Continuum, so I'm going to let chat decide. I have 2 figures, 2 broad types of figure that I need to paint for the rest of this skirmish force. I have 2 each of these figures. So we have option A, the Immortal Weavers, who are like hot cyber bitches that shoot nasty spells out of their spell spheres. Yeah, really does have that transparent orange chainsaw look. Yeah, I was going for that Lego thing. So this is option A, the Immortal Weavers. Or option B, the Marauder Cyborgs. What do you think? Yeah, looks like Cyborgs are taking it. I agree. I like the look of the Marauders. We do technically have a poll option, but I just never use it, Riot Sister. It is built into the stream manager, but I don't really like have it set up or anything. I could, but I'd have to like do something. So we're gonna go with the Cyborg. Riot Sister, stop slamming your face into the keyboard. Oh, so then the decision is going to come down to which armor plates wind up looking like what. And I'm gonna start off with coal black, one of my favorite colors. I guess I should use my mixer. I do like coal black, it's such a nice color. So let me pick out the parts I know that I want to be done in this color. The barrels of the weapons here. I think I'll do the claws in a similar orange plastic chainsaw look to the fusion saw that I did on the other guys. Holy moly, Wandering XP! Why hello there, Mr. Head. That's definitely my last name. How are things? We were just talking about you. And by just, I mean it was probably over an hour ago, but I have no sense of time. So it feels like we were just talking about you. How you doing, Wandering XP? Now, I want to do a lot of this armor in that bone white color, so I think what I'm going to do is all the under portions. These bits that are like articulated cyborg body and stuff down here. Anything that isn't a raised armor plate is going to be done also in coal black.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Ooh, I love this
And
book.
as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
How you doing, Wandering XP? It's always good to see you, man. I was just saying that I need to con you into, like, doing a podcast with me where we review objectively terrible films on what merits they have, or something like that, because I think we could have fun with something like that. Wandering XP is another person who appreciates film in the way that I do, which is to say, watches way too much of it and has opinions. And thank you for getting that shout out there, Riot Sister. These days, I'm getting lazy. I don't even call for it because my mods are, like, way too good. One day my mods are gonna rebel and just quit on me, and my stream is gonna come crashing to a halt. It's gonna be hideous. It does, doesn't it? Romeo, avoid you. Yeah. Can confirm is his last name. Yes. Yes, Mr. Head, they call me. My primer's all stopped up. Yeah, he's not streaming for a little bit. Related to Butt or Richard? Not related. Those are my alter egos. These are some big old models. They're like as large as the Warjacks, the Marauders are. Ooh, some of this stuff is gonna have to be done in a red glow, and I'm kind of noting those portions as I work here, so I can come back to them. Like these little slots right here, I think should be glowing red. A lot of the armor is going to be done in that bone coloration, though. Still doing YouTube, though. Yeah, he is. And Wandering XP does some really, really great YouTube videos, guys, if you haven't checked them out. Sheza, I don't know if you have seen Wandering XP's YouTube videos, but I know you're painting Marvel Crisis Protocol. They're worth checking out for that. He does a lot of how-tos. And we sat there on stream and painted a lot of Baron Zemo together. That was a good time. So podcast win, dude. Honestly, hit me up. Like, let's talk, because I mean that's what a podcast is largely talking. So I guess that works out. break this up somewhat, but I'm not totally sure how I want to do it. It was. I had a lot of fun during that stream. It wasn't, I think, my best stream, but I think that the amount of fun that I had doing it says we should figure something else out to pursue that. I gotta figure out my color divisions on this guy. He needs more of the blue. It's true. That means you can do all of the production work and I can just sort of ride your coattails, right? That makes sense. You heard it. He volunteered. Y'all saw it. That's gonna glow. He's got some little glowy eyes I want to do, but the rest of that's gonna be in the bone color. Not to brag, but I had Wandering XP first. Is this like that, demonstration they did in high school where they gave the girls all flowers and then she'd go to each boy and each boy would pluck a petal, you know, and then they'd shame her for having a petalless flower at the end of it? Because if that's so, I don't want your flower, Wandering XP. It's terrible. I'm sorry. I regret even bringing that up. That was so fucking lame. Where did they do that? Rural Colorado. This was around the same time they were putting us through Dare and shit like that, too, so it makes a certain amount of sense. Drug abuse resistance education! Whee! Have you guys seen the meme? Where the guy's like, oh, no drugs for me, just suffering, thanks. Yeah. It's a good meme. Is that legitimately not something that everybody had to go through? Because I just kind of assumed that all of your public schooling put you through the same abstinence-based bullshit that mine did. Never happened at your... God, I'm jealous, man. I wish I could go back in time and not be raised by that particular brand of asshole. That would be nice. Well, not raised, but, you know, educated. Start laying in some deep, deep reds here. You were an asshole, Riot Sister. Just were? Okay. Yeah, we had some rough health classes in that school. Calling them health classes in retrospect is a bit generous. I'm gonna mix some real dark green into my red. Not a lot, just a touch along with some black. Since I'm building up red shadows, that little touch of complementary color is gonna make the red pop more when I work up my highlights. So some dark red, some dark green, and a little bit of black. Oof, this is a rough mix. I might have gone too heavy on everything but the red. No, this isn't bad, actually. It's nearly black, but it's reddish. And that's actually pretty good, because I'm going to build these up over a few layers. I didn't have health classes. I had Pornhub. Maybe I'm putting words in Walter's mouth. It's possible. Just saw another spot I wanted to do coal black now that I'm thinking about it. Every opportunity I can think of to divide up the armor plates with a cool color should make them pop more when they get done. And really, I need to do skin, so before I go any further, I want to lay down a little bit of rust brown. What did I do with my rust brown? I was just using it, which means, of course, I just flung it off into the fucking ether. I'm gonna reach my hand out, and it's going to get the rust red from my rack because it is right. That didn't work. That was supposed to work. Oh, there it is. It's literally on the camera. Actually, since I'm doing the deepest parts, I should take some of my coal black and jam it down around his neck and beneath so that those shadows aren't just primer. See, he has a little bit of skin showing there on his mouth. Oof, a little on the nose there, eh? Wandering XP. Even cut the L out. That's like, that's not even a euphemism at that point. That's... Alright, so we're gonna have red glow here, probably. Sides of the knees. Outsides of the knees. So the idea of putting the glow in as many places as you do on these guys is that they are charged, their armor, everything about them is charged with arc energy. It helps them move, it helps them shoot better, it enhances the power of their weapons. is just like a general magic charge that the Warcaster puts into them, so I like to put it in their joints and in their shoulders and in their weapons, just a little bit in everything. Not to brag, but I'm pretty good at the jokes. Don't have your paints organized. I do, but I have more of certain colors than others, so it ends up getting a little bit thrown off. I have my paints organized according to a color wheel, but that doesn't always help me. Some specific colors I will lose because I've got, for like instance, I've got a lot of red browns, so when I'm looking specifically for rust brown, I lose track of it sometimes. Oop, there's a good spot for coal black. Yeah, this is Warcaster Neo Mechanica, which is basically the sci-fi version of War Mahords. The game is very different, but the setting is essentially the same. I'll do this little beetle shell on his back. I just forget where the hell I set them on my desk. Yeah, that's what happens immediately after I use it, because I just set it down without thinking about it, and then it will sit an inch away from my hand until I forget that it's there. Yeah, this is also Privateer Press Wandering XP. This is the new game that they've been doing via Kickstarter for the last year or so. It's still really just getting off the ground, and I'm hoping that in the next year it kind of picks up. They've had very successful Kickstarters, but obviously it's hard to get a game going when people can't go to their local game stores. Red. That's most of the spots other than here on his face, which are so tiny, so tiny. Let's do them anyway. Ironically, for such a big model, his face is minuscule. Alright, now to go up to Dragon Red. Like some of the things of War Machine Hordes and other things I did not like. So I liked, similar, I liked some of the things about it, and other things I very much did not like. Two of the main things that I did not like about War Machine and Hordes was its tendency toward loss by snowballing and sudden death. I dislike those mechanics strongly. The game was dependent on really, really complex combos and on memorizing not only your own, but the combos of your enemies, and then executing those combos precisely and fast as possible on the tabletop, which meant that once you lost a chunk of your combo, say in the first round or two, your loss would often snowball, because losing one unit meant losing, it was easier to lose more units, and then you did, and then it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. This game does away with that almost entirely using a reinforcement mechanic. There are these things called void gates, which can be placed by any model at the end of a round, which these are some 3D printed void gates that I designed for the game. And the idea is that all of the forces that you take as part of your list represent a larger force that is back on your battle carrier. And you open up the void gates and you charge them with arc, and then more forces come through the portal. So most of your force isn't on the table at any given time, and if a squad is destroyed, it can pop back out of a void gate later on. And it introduces a very interesting dynamic wherein every time you lose a unit, like, yeah, you lost a unit, but you also gained an opportunity to bring them back someplace else that they might have had trouble getting. And in my opinion, it plays beautifully. And yeah, there is no sudden death mechanic because your Warcaster is not on the field in this game. They are back on a ship managing the battle. In fact, in this game it said that you are playing as the Warcaster and you are observing the battle from a great distance. as opposed to being on the field and then potentially taking hits, dying, and losing the game. The only sudden death mechanic in the game is if you can table an opponent, as in they have no forces on the table at the end of a round and no void gates through which they could potentially bring forces the next turn, they lose. But that's fucking hard to do. It's really fucking hard to do. Is just unlikely, and as a result, the game winds up being played much more to the objectives of the scenario that you're playing. And I like that. I like that quite a lot. It's a very dynamic, very reactive game. You're able to... Well, like I said, you're able to respond and react much more fluidly than you are in, say, War Hordes, where there's just the one plan and you execute the plan, and if you fail, then you lose. This is more, if the plan doesn't work, get a new plan. I think it plays much better. Oh, thank you, NetJam Jr. Yeah, I like this model quite a lot. These are the Marauders for the Eternus Continuum, who are unique in that their basic infantry sucks and is really more like a meat shield in order to shield these guys, the Marauders, who can do huge amounts of damage. They are blessed. Blessed by the Eternus Continuum with the removal of their fleshy parts and being brought close to immortality by cyborgization. I haven't really had that much of a chance to dig into that Vergaderung, but I am open to it. It does look like fun. Hard to do without a full crew. Yeah, I noticed that. How long do you usually hold on to an army after painting it? NetJam Jr. Forever. I get emotionally attached to my paint jobs, and I have trouble letting go of them. Even when I'm not playing the game anymore, I tend to hold on to the models. Sometimes I can be convinced to resell them after the fact, but I almost always regret it, so these days I kind of don't do it. Like, I mean, I sold off all my Imperial forces for Legion a few years back and immediately regretted it. I think I sold them for like $1,200. And, I determined fairly quickly that the $1,200 was not worth it to me. Comparatively speaking, I valued the models more. Touching up some spots where I did an incomplete prime job here. Might as well get some red on that arm. Alright, now for the beetle shell, which the reason that these models all have this kind of beetle shell design on them, you'll find it on the infantry, you'll find it on the warjacks, you'll find it on the Marauder, is because so much of the game involves charging your models up with arcanescence energy. And the idea is they all have these receivers on their backs, and then the essentially lightning bolts come from the cruiser and charge them up. And any model that's charged is immediately stronger, and most of them gain extra abilities to square. Thank you for the reminder. So there's kind of a resource management game on top of everything else, because you have 7 arc that you can put in different places. And one of the things I like about the game is that arc energy, that 7 arc that you have, it does something no matter where it is. There's no place that it can be, no pool that it can be occupying where it does nothing, where it's useless, where you've wasted it. Even if it's just sitting in the basic pool waiting to be distributed, it will empower your combat ciphers, your battle spells that you can cast from Hand of Cards. If it's just sitting in the pool and you cast battle ciphers, it charges those up and makes them significantly more powerful. So every turn you're kind of deciding, where is my arc going to be, what do I need to charge up, what do I need to be doing? And it works really, really well. It makes me feel every turn like I'm making meaningful decisions about the game that I'm playing. And that's something that I like in a war game. Too many of them present me with decisions that I don't care about. I feel like your name is an onomatopoeia, so I'm gonna say it like chikoo, 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 you know? Like a laser gun or something, I don't know. How you doing? How are things? Oh, White Wolf. Thank you for the reminder. Ooh, that print is almost done, and that's exciting. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, there you go. Pew, pew, chikoo, chikoo. Nailed it. Alright, now to go in with my much brighter Pro Acryl red here. Ooh, actually, do I want to use burnt red first? Let me see. That might be too fine of a transition. I just assumed you didn't want me to drink water, White Wolf. Silly me. Yeah, I can actually go with a slightly intermediate color here. I'm trying not to take... I've been taking all my glows up as high as orange, and I'm trying to lean more towards pure reds. I haven't painted that much. I paint lots of purples, I paint lots of greens, I paint lots of blues and blue blacks. I don't paint that much red. So this has been kind of a fun experiment for me. I mean, I paint some reds. But highlighting red is tricky. You end up going orange or pink most of the time. And I got some tips from Brush for Hire that I've been trying to utilize. I still don't a lot of the time, but, you know, I try to, and that's what matters, right? No one can ask any more than that. What layer height are you using for that print? That one up there, that's 0.2. Almost all terrain that I do in FDM, I print at 0.2. Fine, I'll have some water, White Wolf. Sheesh. And what I'm doing here is just adhering to my usual principle of painting the deepest part of the model first. Technically, the deepest part of the model would be the places where I've done the blue tubing and stuff like that. But in order to do any of the other armor plates, I need to have this red glow done first and then paint around it, as opposed to trying to do this once I've done the rest. I find this works easiest. Anytime I'm doing a glow or a lens, I tend to paint that and then paint the area around it. Ooh, it did just get done. I'm gonna have to wait for that to separate and then try it out. I have multiple printers going at any given time, which is why I'm talking about a print that you can't see right now. Yeah, I should have those files to you. Like this file that just got done, Hethrir, if this file works, the files are done. I'm just testing tolerances and making sure that everything snaps together. If it snaps together, which I'm going to test here on stream in just a minute, then I'll send you the files right after the stream so you can get started printing. You know what, like, I've been letting people beta test the energy geyser I was doing as I was designing it, and Hethrir, you know what a headache that was. I would send him the files, and then 6 hours later I'd be like, don't print those! Don't print those! Don't print the thing that I just sent you! So I'm trying to avoid doing that again. Don't print those, there's something wrong with them! Might need to reprint the geyser body. Had a weird warping issue off the bed. Makes the stairs wobble. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, prints that large do sometimes succumb to warping on the bottom. Gotta make sure you have good adhesion. Because if you have warping a ways into like a 24-hour print, ugh, that's no good. Now this claw I am going to take as high as orange and even into yellow. Because the goal is to make it look like it is glowing metal, which is an effect I'm not very good at, but I'm practicing more of. Whereas other things I'm going to have them stop in red and not go as far as orange or yellow. Even though I did all my infantry kind of in oranges and yellows, I'm trying to do this better. I'm learning to do better reds. Nasty crab claw. Pardon, scorpion claw. Gotta remember the Brotherhood of Nod influence here. No worries, Hethrir. Yeah, I'll get them to you after the stream, more than likely, man. You have a great night. Thanks for hanging out, man. It's always good to see you. Hethrir being, of course, the man who got me started on Warcaster. This is all his fault. You can blame him. He's like, oh, I got this game you should try. You might like it. And then I did. Bastard. Alright, going up to Bull Pyrol Red. Have to get it through Kickstarter only now? No, Manrofasol, you can buy it on Miniature Market or a number of other places. I find they have the best deals on Miniature Market, though. They've got faction starter boxes and a couple of expansions for each faction. It's worth noting that only the basics really exist right now. There is a 4th faction that is part of the currently being delivered Kickstarter that should be arriving in the next month. But right now there are 3 factions you can fill out decently on Miniature Market. Absolutely. And I'm going to be producing a good deal more files for... I mean, you guys know my philosophy of 3D design at this point. It's basically like, I make shit that I want to have. And right now, I want to have a great deal of Warcaster terrain and accessories. So, I'm going to make some. Just bought Hate from Miniature Market. Is that a board game? I'm not familiar with Hate. Miniature Market's a pretty good store. I find that they're a little aggressive with their pop-ups that are like, give me your email to get on the newsletter, give me your email to get on the newsletter. And I don't really like that. I always feel with sites like that, like, if you want to let me know that you have a newsletter, like when I'm checking out or something, and give me the chance to sort of opt out of being put on it when I give you my email, that's fine, but giving me constant pop-ups is like, shut up. Like, if I was interested before, I'm not now, you know? But it is hard to argue with the deals that they have on that site, I'll tell you what. $102? Jesus. That seems like a lot of minis for a skirmish game. And that all comes in the starter box? That's impressive. Are they good minis? Or is the game like $500 to start? Because yeah, I'm with Riot Sister. That elicits a bit of a huh? Cool mini or not, probably between meh and okay. Yeah, cool mini or not does some pretty nice minis, but it does very much depend on the release. $100 to start? They can't be that good of minis, though. I'm gonna have to take a look at it. I'm intrigued. Yeah, it doesn't sound very skirmishy. Yeah, I wonder... You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. You say 102 minis and I think that's not a skirmish. Guess it depends on how we define skirmish game. When I hear skirmish, I think, like, maybe I need 20 minis. God, this mini is huge. It's huge. BattleTech is a skirmish game. 4 models. I mean, let's be fair here, Roland. 4 models is definitely on the smaller end of model counts. 1 second, I want to check this printout. See how it did. Hopefully without smearing paint on it. Pull my cards out. From my little combo terrain piece deck box, which I'm still not sure if it's a great idea, but I like it. I like multi-purpose terrain pieces.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorp that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Oh, it totally works. I think I could narrow it a little bit so it fits a little less snug. But it kind of... does it work? Technically it does, but it doesn't really lock in place all that well. I might need to modify it a little bit more and try it again. Because it's just sort of friction fit and not really locking. The fuck did I do? Breaking my own shit. Okay, here we go. Maybe it's just that it's so flexible. That might be a downfall of the PETG that I'm using, is that it is flexible enough that the lock isn't all that significant. Still, as long as it pressure fits, it's not too bad. Let me see with a light in it what it looks like. It should have been improved over the last round.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
It really is the worst joke that we have on this channel, and yet it's still here somehow. Yeah, I'm going to adjust the dimensions on this slightly, but that's not too difficult to do. The fit is very snug, and if I ease that just slightly, I think the lock will actually work better. And if it gets twisted off to one side, it tends to just bind up, which is less than ideal. Should go smoothly, so yeah, the tolerances need to be eased. Well, it's in now. It's okay, though. It doesn't use much material to test these parts, but yeah, see, it lights up better now, too. kind of overall it lights up better. Neat though, huh? I like it. And I like the fact that it is, you know, it's a deck box. And then if you want to use it as terrain, well, I mean, it is terrain, and if you wanted to use it as a deck box, it's also that. It's a big piece too. When you put one of these figures on it, like it's quite large. But these are meant to be like gravity tethers or moorings. And I don't know if you guys have seen the other terrain piece that I've made for this. It's up on Instagram, it's on the Discord, it's you know, on Facebook, any place you're following my stuff. But the idea here is that there are these energy geyser caps that hold down the arc energy that's trying to bust out from inside of it, and a ship will come over top of those geysers. It will connect gravity tethers to these points, which lock it down to the planet, and then they detonate the geyser, and the geyser explodes up out of the ground into the waiting ship. And, you know, the forces acting on it are counteracted by the mooring anchors that these are. So you put a couple of these out, and then a geyser in the middle, and you have a nice, you know, thematic board. And yeah, I definitely need to play with these tolerances a little bit. I think if I make this part a little narrower so it slides in better, and then I make the teeth a little deeper, because the teeth are snapping in almost too easily, and I think I might have made them too small. But this is only like a 3-hour print, so I can do another prototype tonight and still get these files out tomorrow. I'm liking this PETG. It's strong. It's really quite flexible, like you can see. It's got a good amount of flex to it, much more than PLA of the same. Like, PLA of this thickness might even crack if you're flexing it like this, because this is only, I think, a 1.2 millimeters thick. Like, it's really not much. Put my cards back in for the moment. I was just thinking, like, I need a deck box to store my cards, and also I need terrain. Why don't I make that the same piece of storage and not have to store it, like, 3 times? It's such a waste of volume. I find that terrain is a waste of volume. And when you have as many games as I have, that volume, that storage space, really starts to add up. So if I can store my accessories and my parts, and also my terrain, in a way, I'm winning. In a way, I'm winning. Also, part of the reason it doesn't lock in is because it's so flexible. So yeah, I need to make these little teeth on the side deeper. Gonna go stuff your face with food, Riot Sister. You have a very fine meal. Thank you so much for being here tonight. As always, I'd be nothing. I'd be nothing without my mods. I'd be worse than nothing. There, deck box. And as some have pointed out, it looks a little bit like a loot box. That's not my fault. I didn't come up with the basic design of this. I took some of this from the official Warcaster artwork, and then I gave it my own spin. But they're very boxy in basic design. Oh. And yeah, we're going to be getting going with the storm report here shortly. The glycol in the PETG lowers the glass transition temperature, making it more flexible at room temperature. Yeah, it makes it good for mechanical parts like that, but you also have to reinforce it a little bit. I don't want to make it too thick because I don't want it to have infill, but I want it to be still strong enough to lock in, which means I think I need to make the teeth bigger so the flex affects it less. And I'm going to swap out to some Aldebaran Red from scale 75. which is a very close match to Wild Rider red. For those of you familiar with the Games Workshop Citadel paint line. Oh, thank you to Square. I've designed a number of them, but it's working with a new material.
I know you're really focused.
Introduces some questions.
Your camera is
Oh,
not.
thank you, Sumitha. I need to thin this a bit more. It's a little thick still. Scale 75 definitely needs quite a lot of thinning. It needs mixing and thinning because it separates out into kind of a snotty consistency when you leave it in the bottle too long.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs.
I do.
So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Thankfully not. Thankfully not yet. Broken is a strong word for jammed. And only one of them is jammed. Still out of focus, just less so. Is it really? It should be good. Well said, White Wolf. Yes, well put. Very astute. The bard would be pleased with your wordsmanship. Honestly, this is making me think that I can come a little bit further with my base red outward, because this is a little abrupt. A little abrupt, but now is the best time to fix it. I'll have you know it's going to start on time, White Wolf. And there's nothing you can do about it, for that matter. Try to delay it all you want. Delay it, fight it, run from it, the storm report is inevitable. Yes, I did just watch Endgame. That is why that quote is on my mind. don't remember being quite so disappointed with Thanos in Endgame as I was this time when I watched it. I just realized watching it this time that he was basically a different character than he was in the first movie. I mean, he literally was a different character. He was Thanos from like 9 years earlier. But I mean, he kind of lost a lot of his appeal in that shift. I mean, military on time is 15 minutes earlier than what they said the time was going to be. So I'm never military on. Even when I was in the military, I wasn't on time. Fuck that noise. Fuck that noise, I say. Like, I'm gonna finish putting the red on this guy's claws here. I'm gonna take a short second to stretch my legs, and then we're gonna start the storm report. That's the plan. I'm only doing that because I slept funny last night, and sitting this long is doing me no favors. I hate that feeling. When you wake up in the morning and you're just like, something's wrong. That feeling when you slept wrong, you tweaked your back the wrong way, you slept in a funny position. It's hard to put your finger on exactly what it is that's wrong. You just know that something is wrong. Put you on the rack to stretch you out. That actually sounds really nice right now. Would you please? Well, I think that the brief amount of work we've gotten done on the Marauder today is coming together nicely. I think the reds are starting to show pretty well. We've got the basic shapes blocked out. All the parts that are white now are going to wind up being a warm gray to bone color. All the parts that are dark blue right now are going to get highlighted out to kind of an icy blue with a pseudo non-metallic metal effect. I say pseudo because it's going to be very, very minor. And then the glowing red parts are going to glow red. I think this Marauder is going to look pretty good. I do see a spot that I missed. Let me get that real quick. Paint the crotch. The crotch is my domain. Alright, storm report should start in 2 minutes. I'm going to take those 2 minutes really quick. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'll be right back, and we'll be taking a look at what y'all have been sharing. See you in just a second. Thunderhead is never late. Nor is he early. He starts the storm report precisely when he means to.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report, brought to you by viewers like you.
So let's have a look at what we've been sharing since the last time. We missed a stream. God, that snowstorm was really something. It was really something. Alright, get my beer. Get my water, set my Marauder over here. I'm going to do a little bit of airbrushing later, so I might as... Oh, excuse me, I might as well clear a little bit of space here. Never fully prepared. No, that's yeah, no. That's not something that we don't do that here. So let's see what we've got. Kursala is fucking the rules because he has pizza. Well, had pizza because yeah, I'd assume you've eaten it by now. You know, I didn't. First of all, are those pepperoncinis on there? Because this is fucking exciting, if so. This looks like... Ooh, the only thing I would add to this, I feel like if you put a little bit of a... like feta cheese on there. Yeah, banana peppers. Pepperoncini. That's same damn thing, effectively. A little feta on there, you know, to kind of work into that piquant flavor. I was just going to say, though, I didn't like mushrooms as much when I was a kid. This is probably a common sentiment. Are they not the same? I would swear they're the same goddamn thing. They taste and look the same, so as far as I'm concerned, they're the same damn thing. And the world can go fuck itself. I imagine this is a common sentiment, but as a kid, I was not. How are they nowhere? I've had both of them, and I swear to God, they taste and look exactly the same. You're gonna have to prove to me they're not the same, because at this point, I'm just gonna say, like, Kursala, God love you, I appreciate you being here, I don't believe you. So, someone's gonna have to help me out with that one. Anyway, they're delicious one way or the other. But yeah, mushrooms. I was not as into mushrooms when I was a kid. And again, I feel like this is probably fairly common for people. Mushrooms are sort of an acquired taste, but these days, I can't get enough of them. I cannot get enough mushrooms on my pizza, in my salad, dried mushrooms, just like as a snack. Like, I'm totally into them these days. You hate mushroom Kursala, you're just wrong about everything today, man. You're breaking the rules, and you're wrong about what peppers are and how good mushrooms are. And, yeah, of these two, like, I'll take Data Nerd's pizza. Why would you eat fungus? Why wouldn't you eat fungus? Fungus is the perfect food. Fungus is the, it's the perfect organism. I love fungus. Well, those are some delicious looking pizzas, so I agree. Fuck the rules. Roland? Oh no! Oh no! Oh why? Who eat what? No! Hang on, let me think about this for a second. What would this taste like? See, it's Kraft, so it's like the cheese that it's going to taste like is going to be the yellow neon powder cheese. Screen's a little far to the left. Oh, that's right, I adjusted it last time. There we go. Because I was on my main PC the other time. Kraft IPA. That's pretty good. That is pretty, showing off our new sponsor, Puck Duncher, on a 12-month streak. My name is Giovanni Giorgio, but everyone calls me Giorgio. Puck Duncher, thank you so much for the 12 months of subs. Holy shit, Puck Duncher. You're one of the originals. You're fucking OG Storm Chaser up in here. Always good to see you. SZ Paresco, Zaparesco, Zabazooey. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I apologize. I've probably, like, offended you and at least 2 generations of your family with my attempt. But thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers, and please forgive my general ignorance and idiocy, and really you'd better, because you're going to get a lot more of it. That's just kind of what we do here. It's just kind of what we do here. This disgusts me.
Here at
really?
Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
We specialize in turning your shame into apparently macaroni and cheese flavored beer. But again, this wouldn't be flavored like good macaroni and cheese. It wouldn't. I was thinking like beer and cheese, like maybe there's a flavor in there that could work. But this would taste like that horrible neon yellow powder cheese. I'm not a big fan of IPAs either. I'm really not. Like, they had their whole moment in the sun, and they were really popular for a while, but they've never really done all that much for me. Might actually make IPA tasty. Doubt it. Yeah, now this sound should not play when I click. I'm gonna click at Rogue 19K. Is it animated? Oh god, is it singing? Oh, it's one of those AI-assisted animations, isn't it? Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. This is horrifying. Like, I see what's being done here, and every fiber of my being hates it. And also the music is copyrighted. So Rogue 19K, I apologize. We are going to skip these. We are going to skip these for today. If you'd like to continue to share them on the server, you could post them in, like, I could make a channel that's called, like, The Bad Room, where you can post things that are just awful. That's something we could do. Maybe we need a bad room, I don't know. But, we're just gonna kinda... Oh no, my middle finger is scrolling on the wheel and I can't stop it. Oh, shit. Oh, we're past it now. We can't go back. You can't actually scroll up on the Storm Report. I don't know if you guys know that. That was a fluke. That was, the exception proves the rule. Oh, here Roland has been printing a bit of the Hexless Trinity City. God, I'm really glad you're doing this, man. And like I said, yeah, the new stuff, we did improve this. We got some customer feedback on how the tabs for the Hexless Trinity City blocks connect. If you want to connect the old ones with the new ones, what I would do is take some small straight pieces and of the new ones and clip off the one tab that isn't on the old ones. Because you could connect them that way, and then on one side you've got the old style, on the other side you've got the new style, and that would be kind of a transition piece. The highlight. This is becoming a thing, isn't it? Isn't it, to Square? But yeah, you can make like a transition piece to connect the new style to the old style, since you've already printed so much of the old style. We made this change pretty quickly. I think it was Kursala? Was it you? It was long enough ago, I can't remember, and I apologize. I think it might have been Kursala who was like, we should change this, make it better, and we did. Almost immediately. But yeah, if you want to print some of the new stuff and just make an adapter piece, I think that would work just fine. They just connect a little bit more firmly with the extra tab. The fuck box. Oh, God, that makes me think about the movie, though, and I hate thinking about that movie. Lovely looking pieces. Who are these from? Were these Raining Fire? I feel like he did something like this really early on, but I can't remember if those were him. And somebody else did some towers kind of like this. But again, for the life of me, I cannot remember. Friend found him on Cults. Who did I feel like I know, but I can't remember, so I'm not going to dwell on it. Not gonna dwell on it. Either way, lovely looking prints, and I love the basing that you've done on these. I guess they're going to be like objectives or something like that. That's a good call. Oh, this looks... Oh, Roland. Walk me through what I'm seeing here. Because I'm very curious. Yeah, these look good. These look real good. Those it look like grilled peppers you got there are, grilled Korean short rib tacos with gochujang salsa and is that racist? I don't know if it was or not. It was either the correct pronunciation or very, very rude of me, and it's up to you to decide which. and roasted peppers. I'm not normally that into like Korean style barbecue flavors, but this looks really fucking good. This is a very compelling plate of tacos. Now, okay, Roland has posted some of the worst things we've ever seen in the Storm Report, and I don't think he'd argue with that. I think he would probably wear that with a badge of pride. Some of just the worst things, stomach-turning shit. I still have nightmares about the Funyun juice. Yeah, exactly. But he also posts some of the best-looking tacos I've ever seen. And, I don't know how I feel about this on the whole. Like taken together, I'm not entirely... Yeah, he said IPAs are disgusting, but here's the thing. NB Toby, I'm gonna get you to agree on something. Can you agree to one thing? Okay? IPAs have a very strong flavor. And anything with a strong flavor is bound to be divisive to a point. You're gonna have people that love it, and you're gonna have people that hate it, but that's part of the price of having something with a really, really bold flavor, is there is gonna be a contingent of people who try it and go, get that the fuck away from me. Oh my god. So I think it's fair to say that, and I would also agree with Roland, and you can probably agree to this somewhat too, NB Toby, as someone who likes IPAs. IPAs went through a period of insane overpopularity, where they wound up being just like way too many. Just way too many IPAs. Too many IPAs. Like, I can see a diversity of IPAs is a good thing, a diversity of any style of beer, but it hit that popularity level where it was like, everybody's making their own fucking IPA, and we got this style and that style, and derba. That's not a very good criticism, because I just said derba a number of times, and I didn't actually bring up any critiques, but I think you know what I'm trying to express. OPA, IPA, Delta Loda IPA, I'd be down with that. This looks fucking delicious and is making me actively hungry, Roland. Unlike the previous thing that you shared. Unlike that. New England Juicy IPAs are where it's at. When I think IPA, I don't think juicy. And if I'm having an IPA, I'm putting like a slice of orange in that bitch. Every single time. Here we have from White Wolf Setup Sunday Derp Edition, or Screw It, I Don't Have Any Tacos Edition. Not everything setup related involves a desk, you know. There's also all that, where the hell am I gonna put all this stuff side of it too? That and staying warm. Nope, sorry, no Thunderhead merch in this one. Oh, that makes me sad. Yes, there's even more on the way. P Bandai Polypod Ball, as well as Aether Studios Zaku Gunner Warrior Resin Conversion Kit, plus a bunch of tools. Yes, I bought a second Gunner Zaku Warrior Luminum Hot Custom, as well as two Zaku 2 version 2 Shars Edition. There's a reason to a Fox's madness, so they say. Nobody says that. That's not a saying. That's what's the word? A malapropism? There's method to my madness is a saying that comes from Shakespeare. And then like crazy like a fox is a completely different saying. You can't just jam those together. That's like some people in glass houses sink ships bullshit right there. Anyways, as to why it's a Setup Sunday submission, well, those tools in the bottom, and by the way, this was sent Sunday. Tools in the bottom is how I'm arguing this one. Do you know how bloody hard it is to find reasonably priced reverse tweezers, let alone ones that work well and don't require a lot of effort to open? Strangely difficult. It took me a while to find mine. Harder than one thinks, oddly enough. For one, I have to be thankful about Montreal, since the company I purchased them from was in Montreal. Oh, and as for the hoodie, design is the same as the t-shirt next to it. I needed a new spring-summer hoodie since my Fox one is kinda threadbare now. Look at all these. Look at all these. You know what you gotta build, White Wolf? You know what would make me happy? You think I'm gonna say tall geese. You think I'm gonna say tall geese, but I'm not. I'm gonna say you should totally, you know, when you're done building the 90 million things that you're working on now, I'm thinking like Mercurius and Vay 8. You know what I'm talking about. Also, yeah, a shelf. Data Nerd has a point. This is a cool shirt. I like this. That's pretty hot. And yeah, okay, fine, there's some tools down here making this Setup Sunday. Set up to build some models, as it were. Look at all them Zakus. Look at all them Zakus. A wonderful haul, White Wolf. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus, our very own Cyber Knight from Metalcore Collectibles. Time to dump some stuff. Not here, man. This isn't a fucking... This isn't like a public restroom. Come on. First up, presenting the Cerulean Drakes, my second proper lance, which also means I'm finally ready for demo games once we're past all this COVID junk. Yeah. Right, jeez. Holy moly. Anyways, the lance is headed up by Drake in the Phoenix Hawk, Tall Man in the Battlemaster, Bulldozer in the Thunderbolt, and Dancer in the Shadowhawk. Tall Man, whose nickname was really uninspired. They kind of ran out of ideas when they got to him. There was like Drake, Bulldozer, and Dancer, and Chuck was over there like, well, don't I get a call sign? Like, you're not gonna call me anything? And they're like, you're gonna be Tall Man. We're gonna write that on your battle map now. That's your name. Oh, I like the color scheme though. That sort of copper next to the blue, particularly on the Phoenix Hawk. Now you said he's the leader, but his paint job also stands out well. Excuse me. Could be dude as a call sign. That would be a great call sign. Dude. What's up, brah? That could be your call sign. Long duck. Lovely looking paint schemes altogether, though. You know I always love a good Shadowhawk. Oh, I gotta make more people. Get more people to, more accurately, paint the Shadowhawk / Dugram that I did. A lot of people paint it, but I haven't seen that many posted. Like, there's a lot of downloads and a couple of good makes, and I've had some sent to me in private, but, you know, it hurts my feelings that more people aren't painting it. Quack. Hey, yeah. We always miss you when the duck subject comes up, Puck, don't you? Anyone saying your call sign takes forever to tell you anything, if they say your call sign, right. There you go. Turn the bookcase down. I was going to suggest a wall of shelves. Yeah, any shelf. Any sort of shelf. Really, NB Toby? That's exciting. This is a lovely paint scheme that you did here. I really love the kind of metallic yellow gold that you have on the cockpits. And again, the blue and the copper go so well together, it's kind of sick. The red, I like how it's focused in one place. It's the center of the chest each time. I feel like if there were too much more red, it would detract.
Bitches love metallics.
But instead it creates like a nice little focal point. I gotta get the Battlemaster and the Thunderbolt done. I don't know if I'm gonna get them done this month, but I'm gonna try to shoot for it. Also, a bit of progress on my Desert Hills pack, though despite completing 5 pieces, it still doesn't even feel like I'm halfway done when I look at what's left to do. It's just because the last few hills are, you know, fucking gigantic. That's all. And several of them are divided up into 2 pieces. We're gonna have some more hill packs coming soon. I've developed a workflow. The new style, I think, should blend with the old ones decently, but they're going to wind up being more detailed to the point where I might come back and redo these hills. I might. I don't know. The desert ones actually work really, really well at this scale, so we'll have to see how it goes. NB Toby, please post pictures when you do, because I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. And maybe this counts as Setup Sunday. Technically, pulled out my Hextech Matt Hills Golden Dragoons and Cerulean Drakes for a mini photo shoot. I saw these pictures on Facebook, and they look fucking fantastic. You really did a great job painting these hills, Cyber Knight. Like, these came out fantastically, and they match the Hextech maps so damn well. I love that at this point, if you're picking up Battletech Terrain from Steel Warrior Studios, you can get Hextech Terrain, and you can get Hextech mats, and it all fits together so smoothly. It's a dream come true. It is a dream come true. It's so close to being like a one-stop Battletech shop, and that brings me so much joy because that's what I was looking for when this whole venture started. Lovely work, Cyber Knight, and thank you for sharing. Here we have from Hardy, been working on some marble flooring for the 40K board the past week or so, finally happy with the result. Metallics will be done, dark bronze to complement the greens, also have some homemade coconut cake. This worked out nicely. And this is the dryer sheet method, I'm fairly sure, that he's been doing to do this marble. It works incredibly well. If anything, if I was going to critique this at all, and I almost don't want to, because it's beautiful, and I guess I don't really have to, I can strictly ask for it. But if you care, and I were going to critique it, hold up a gun to my head and say, pick something wrong with this, I might have gone even a little bit softer on the greens, a little bit subtler, but then at the same time, I'm always the one who's talking about average viewing distance and talking about, his baby wipes. I mean, anything that has this sort of weave to it. I'm not sure what the method is that they use to make these sort of disposable wipes slash dryer sheets that have this weave to it, but anything that has this going on, you can kind of do this with an airbrush. I forgot what I was saying. It couldn't have been that important. Oh well, who gives a shit? I look forward to seeing the bronze come in for these metallic. I think that dividing up the chunks with the metallic bits on the edges is going to do a lot for it too. Oh, that's right, average viewing distance. When it's on the tabletop, I think these details are actually going to pop nicely. It's only when you're up close that you're like, woo, that's a lot. There's a lot going on there. You kind of want to over-exaggerate things for tabletop terrain because you're going to be standing 3 to 5 feet away from it the vast majority of the time. That is lovely, lovely work, Hardy. Ooh, coconut cake. That's another one. I didn't like coconut as much as a kid, and these days I'm like, yes, yes please. Give me all that coconut. That looks fucking delicious. Oh, this is a bad one tonight, guys. I haven't eaten in the last few hours, and I am genuinely quite hungry. And people are giving me tacos and coconut cake. Oh, well, they're not. They're showing me tacos and coconut cake, and that's the real problem. Here we have from Larabek, added some extra pictures in the showcase of the spider I asked for. Fuck, yes, this is so cool. This is so cool. I love the webbing on the undergrowth and the foliage. And the bright colors on the goblins. Their greens and their yellows and reds clashing with the blues on the spider. Like, this is such a, like, technically speaking, this is such a simple paint job. There really isn't more than 2 colors on any given part of this model. And yet it is so effective. It looks like a lot of it was done with dry brushing and then a little bit of hand detailing. Like, this is, and I don't mean this as a critique in any way. If anything, this is a compliment. It's a fairly simple and easy to do paint job. But because of the colors chosen and because of the extra work put into the basing and the color choices made, it pops like crazy. This is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I gotta move my reavers because I keep smacking them with my hand and I don't want to scratch them before I varnish them. I'd feel very dumb if I did that. Not just fire and nuclear fire. I mean, yeah, it's horrifying, but also look at that green. Look at that green. And see, it's a simple use of colors. The greens, the reds, the yellows, the blues. Very bright, very vibrant, nicely complementary. These are wonderful looking figures for how simply done they are. I love them. I love them. Sometimes you look at a mini and you're like, that man painted a Sistine Chapel on a tiny little shield on a warrior, and you're like, it's amazing. And sometimes somebody comes in and dry brushes a few simple colors, but because they made good choices, it just, boom, just grabs you, hits you right in the face. Wonderful, wonderful work, Larabek, and thank you for sharing these with us. I still want to see that whole Gene Stealer cult army, man. I still want to see that whole army. It's such a badass looking army. Elf busts, right is printed on the Ender 3 and is your test paint. Left is resin from the LD002R. Excited to get them both done. These are from Manro Fasal. Who did this elf bust? Because I've seen a number of people print this one off. And all things considered, the test print actually looks pretty good. Like, the resin print obviously is crisper, but at this size, you're not doing too bad using FDM. Are you going to do this one in the same colors? This is going to be your test paint scheme, and then you're going to kind of refine it into this one, or are you planning to do something different with this? Because honestly, I look at this one and I just keep thinking to myself, ooh, I want to do like dark elf colors. You know, like cold, pale lavenders and stuff like that. I should do more busts. Any busts at all would be doing more busts, wouldn't it? Oh, thank you so much for sharing, Manro Fasal, and I very much look forward to seeing some paint go down on that resin bust. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive previews. Since I just got my box from our very own Metalcore Collectibles Cyber Knight with a couple and few examples of the new Oryx Battle Mech miniature, I have some of those myself. I didn't show them today, I meant to, but I've got a little baggie here full of Oryx parts. I got a Whoosh Oryx and I got a Daka Oryx, and I'm excited to get those together. Here are a couple sketch previews by Matt Plug featuring the 60-ton Oryx Heavy Battle Mech. First up, we have one of the export variants, the D2OX2G, sporting a pair of medium-class lasers, some light LBX autocannons, and a pair of 6-tube short-range missile systems. A boom, 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 a whoosh, 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 a pew, pew, pew. That's stupid. I shouldn't do that. I don't know where that was ever going. It wasn't like a joke. wasn't even particularly clever. I was just making mouth sounds. That was like some cow go moo bullshit. I don't know. I gotta eat something. Ooh. I do love the look of the Oryx. Well, I'm impressed by the Oryx, the different ways that it can look based on the different armaments that you can have on it. Because like the DACA Oryx with the racks looks very, very different from this version. The version with the 2 SRM6s on either arm still looks significantly different from this, even though it shares one component with it. It's a fan-fucking-tastic mech design. I think it's the best one that has been done yet by the combined efforts of Cyber Knight and Sumitha, and I'm very much looking forward to getting one painted. I'm gonna do them on these desert bases that I printed. They're gonna be entirely 3D printed. Entirely 3D printed models. Because that's the future! And here we have the version that could be used for either Federated Commonwealth-oriented D2OX1FC variant or alternately the D2OXBC2 variant produced for Dreadnought's own military forces, first the Battle Corps, then later Defense Corps. Either way, it is literally armed with a pair of Class 5 rotary autocannons backed by a small brace of lasers. This is the one I printed. The two variants are visually identical, but there's a lot of differences under the skin. How much of a difference is there between two visually identical variants, you ask? Did I ask that? Yeah, sure. Let's assume I did. Well, to give some vague idea, the 1FC has a battle value of roughly 1,800 and the BC2 has a battle value closer to 2,600. But does it have a battle value over 9,000? Ooh, that's an old one and a bad one. This made for a bit of a nasty surprise for the word of Blake during Operation Lancaster, as a lot of Dreadnought's machines were likewise visually identical to older existing machines, causing a lot of the Blakist battle computers to misidentify them as the older, less potent machines. Of course, it comes as no great surprise that such a trick only works so many times before the opponent starts to catch on and just shoots you in the face no matter what's going on. I like this one. Oh, I don't think I printed enough lasers. I think I printed the single lasers to go with this one. I might have to print... you know what? I'm glad that I saw this image before I put it together, because I printed the little spoiler to go with the racks, but I printed the single lasers in these plugs. So, yeah, I'm going to have to go back and fix that, and I'm glad I looked at this first, Sumitha. Thank you so much for sharing these. I love the look of it with the racks with the big drum magazines underneath. That's so cool. That's so cool. Like I said, each different armament you put on it actually makes it look surprisingly quite a lot different. It's a very versatile design that you've come up with, and I dig it. I dig it. Love those Matt Plog sketches, always with the Matt Plog art. Here we have from Kevin Kitsune. Got a color scheme for my nids I've been working on stream. Base coat for the purple carapace is almost done. Yet to come up with what to do for the bases. So, first of all, I love the scheme. I like the kind of, like, yellow and purple are always a really good combination. And you've gone with a really desaturated, kind of fleshy yellow, which works well with the Tyranids, and then another slightly desaturated kind of lavender to pink. For the colorful parts, I think that those colors work really well together. They're complementary and contrasting. I think green. When I think about the base, I think green. I don't necessarily think a lot of grass or foliage, but even rock or sand or dirt. Think like sand made of ground olivine or something like that, you know? Like sort of a pale green, or even a more vibrant green. But I think green would frame these colors very, very well, because it contrasts both with purple and with yellow beautifully. And that's always what my mind goes to when I'm thinking about what color should I make this thing. Particularly for a base, I want something that contrasts with the rest of the mini. Not always, but a lot of the time. I want something that contrasts with the rest of the mini and serves to kind of frame and separate it so that they're very, very distinct entities. Some people like to blend their minis into their bases. That's just kind of not the school of thought that I come from, personally. Lovely color scheme, though. I think these are going to look nice, Kevin Kitsune. Yeah, kind of a pink to almost magenta red. Very, very warm, though. The whole thing is very, very warm, so I think if you went with almost any cool color for the base, you'd be doing pretty well at that point. And you could get away with something as simple as some sand and a couple of tiny rocks. It does not have to be complicated. Really nice scheme. Looks like you've got a good head start on the work, Kevin Kitsune. I look forward to seeing some more of these guys further along. Here we have from Kursala. Painting is slow going lately. God, I feel that. But I've got these guys to the point where they're basically done. Just need the facing mark and clear coat. They've got some tanks too, but you'll have to wait for those. Tanks for the memories. I kill myself. The VTOL on the front is a modified version of Ion Raptor's Strix with Polygon's Javelin and Clint. And, of course, the Barrel Hawk leading the squad. He's very bird-like. He's very, very bird-like. This is an interesting machine up front here. And then, yeah, little Clint. Little Clint. I don't know why I always confuse him with, like, it's a distinct mech, but I still confuse it with a couple of models for some reason, like, almost every time I see it. Yeah, that was. Like, that's why we're moving on, Kursala. That's why we're not dwelling on it. Love the greens you got going on here, and this is a good example of exactly what I was just saying, Kevin Kitsune. You see how, like, we've got green, and we've got, like, these gray striped bits, and we've got some blues, and then the base is a very, very contrasting color. It's warm, it's yellows and browns, leaning a little bit towards red, but it really clashes. I guess clashes isn't the right word. It complements the greens in the mechs, and it separates them from the base so they don't get blended together. Now, if you want to do some dirt on the legs just to kind of make them look like they're in the same environment, that would work too. Zangwood, welcome in. Yeah, we're taking a look at some mechs. We do a lot of mechs here. A lot of people in the community, like, we got started in the stream painting a whole lot of battle mechs. We still do battle mechs every now and then. I design a lot of mechs. I design a lot of Battletech terrain, and we got a lot of Battletech painters in the Discord. A whole lot of Battletech painters in the Discord. That's where you want to be if you're into mechs, Zangwood. Painted with some of my new paints. Yeah, I've been looking at the ones that you sent me, and I think I've got a use for the Burnt Plum. I think that the new Oryx is going to get done in the Burnt Plum. I have this vision in my head of doing like a full community mech, as in like a mech designed by Sumatha, rather concepted by Sumatha, then designed by Cybran Knight, and then printed by me on a base that I made, and then painted with paints from Kursala. Like, there's something to all this. What's the? I guess it would be modeled, designed by Sumatha, and then modeled by Cybran Knight, right? I don't know how to divide that up. Either way, nice looking lance you got there, Kursala. It's a wiener joke. The carapace is complete and only skinning part of the body and adding plates to the body side. Jesus, Gus, you make me feel so fucking lazy when it comes to my modeling, man. I love how you've worked a little bit of the thorax of the fly up into the top carapace of the knight, and then we've got the wings folded down against that same carapace, but then the body plates continue down into the shoulders, and then he's got the big thorax sticking out of his head. This is, oh my god. This model is so cool. This model is unreasonably fucking cool, Gus. And I cannot wait to see when you start painting it, man. You've done so much good work on this. It has so many, like, you could focus. This is a good example of a model where it's like, it's so large, but and if you take the whole thing in one big shot, like, it's really impressive. But you can focus in on individual parts of it. You can focus in on just the head and the neck and the chest, focus in on just the arms, focus in on just the legs, focus in on just the backside, focus in on just the top carapace. You've put detail. Should be done by, oh yeah, sure, should be done by Saturday. Gus Schultz over here casually like, yeah, I'll whip up the Sistine Chapel in about 15 minutes. Don't worry about it. I love this model. It's... I'm not articulate enough. I'm not articulate enough to describe how cool it is, Gus. I'm just going to be in awe of it. And thank you for sharing this process with us each step along the way. And I cannot wait to see the finished product. I'm very, very excited about that. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, the base model just served as a skeleton for him to build on top of. I didn't even realize how far he was taking that when he started this project. The man's out of his mind. Here we have from Thick Mike, working on some kind of horrific minotaur with some really nice non-metallic metal gold. It looks like he's been focusing on to start with. Looks like you've done a little bit of stonework here, and that actually looks pretty good. But ooh, that non-metallic metal gold is really popping. That's some very nice work. I like seeing the larger statues and figures that you've been doing lately, Thick Mike. It looks like he's stomping on the ground, and there's like some rocks kind of coming up from where his hoof impacted. That's pretty neat. That is really damn neat. They'll focus in on some of these. You're doing a really great job on the non-metallic metals lately, man. Really, really pushing that contrast, and that's so much of the style is that transition and knowing when to do the sharp contrast without making them look chunky. All of these look really very, very smooth. Very, very smooth. Didn't answer what model that was. Well, you can always... Is he streaming? Is Thick Mike streaming right now? By the way, guys, if you're not following Thick Mike, can we get a shout out real quick for Thick Mike? Because if you're not following him and you like miniature painting, you need to be following this guy. He does some truly incredible work. Great dude, great streamer. He's been playing a lot of Apex Legends lately, but you can catch him doing painting streams quite often. Currently up and streaming. Would somebody let me know, is Thick Mike painting or is he playing games tonight? If someone wouldn't mind checking. Rio Hassenpfeffer has been unmotivated for quite some time. Come home rather tired as late. I hate that feeling. Like, I know the feeling. I hate it. Still dealing with the aftermath of the snowpocalypse here in Texas, but I ended up getting back into Elite Dangerous. Have a shot of Misbehavin' on Desi at 7. Yeah, that's right. Rio has been playing Elite Dangerous with MCBTV, another fantastic streamer right here on Twitch. They do some late night Elite Dangerous that has been a lot of fun to watch. They keep tempting me to get back in, but I just have so much shit to do lately. Like, I find so little time to play. Like, I'm barely finding the time to do my modeling and my printing and the painting and When I sit down to play a game, I'm always like, yeah, but I should be doing this other thing. Well, we'll find a happy medium. At some point, I'm going to be like, I've modeled enough shit, and I'm just going to play games for like a month. Because apparently I suck at dividing my time. Explore and paint at the same time. You know, you're not wrong. My problem is that I've never liked exploring in Elite Dangerous. I'm a combat pilot in Elite Dangerous. And that's a little harder to do while you paint. Yeah, MCB is a great dude. A fucking great dude, and I'm glad you guys are hanging out. Great Scott, yeah, I know, right? Great Scott, oh Jesus, oh no. Rio, that's so dumb. Come on, man. I think we're probably, you know what, I think we're gonna raid. Like, if you guys like looking at this Minotaur, which you should, it's fantastic work, we're gonna raid over into Thick Mike's stream here in just a minute. They were from White Wolf on the topic of exploring in EVE Online. We all remember this beauty, right? My Crate Phantom, Kitsune's Shadow, aka Fluffy. Delightful ship to fly. Wait, EVE Online? He's talking about Elite Dangerous. He's talking about EVE Online. This is also Elite Dangerous. Everybody's talking about Elite Dangerous. Nobody's talking about EVE Online. Who plays EVE Online? Nobody plays EVE Online. Does that game even still exist? It does. They advertise it to me constantly. Oh, Fluffy. Oh, Fluffy. When did this ship get... yeah, you did. It's okay. Project Dark Fox plays EVE. Yeah, I like fucking around in Microsoft Excel, too. I feel like the crate was added after I stopped playing. I played Elite Dangerous. I pre-ordered it. I waited for it to come out, and I played it for about 6 months of that first year that it was out, and I haven't touched it since then. And I know I really should get back into it. I should do so many things. We'll see if that happens. Because I will say that Elite Dangerous because I've got a really nice HOTAS setup, you know, hands-on throttle and stick, and I've got a VR headset, and I know that I can stream in VR. I should do it. I should stream some VR Elite, because I've found a way that I can still have my stream chat up when I'm in VR. We've done it once. I think we've done it twice. And I need to kind of streamline that process more, because I think it's actually fairly entertaining. I don't know if it's entertaining, it's certainly fun. It's a nice looking ship, though. And where a fox is going, or trying to go to, because why the hell not fly out to the middle of absolutely nowhere? Because it's the middle of absolutely nowhere. Just to put my name on a few planets and see what's out there. Fox is here, over 1K below the horizon. The bubble, yeah. Is that another bubble? And where I want to go. Yeah, that is the middle of fucking nowhere. Holy moly. That's a big galaxy out there, and I will give Elite Dangerous that they did give you options and places to go. You're never gonna run out of stars. Never gonna run out of stars. Good luck and Godspeed on your journey. Here's one for White Wolf. Ooh, shiny. That's a Fer de Lance, isn't it? I remember the Fer de Lance. They had added the Fer de Lance kind of just before I got out of the game. Yeah. I had an Imperial Cutter, a Vulture, and an Anaconda, and I think I probably still do have all of those ships. I remember the Anaconda was so fucking expensive to fly that I pretty much parked it and just flew around in my cutter or my vulture, depending on what I was doing. I really liked the vulture for combat. It had some good mounts on it for the steady beam lasers that I enjoyed using. But I was pirating for a while, and I was using that thing and its maneuverability to cut open cargo hatches and steal stuff. Elite Dangerist. The dangerest of dangers. How you doing, Revless? Do they have fighter docking modules for ships like the Anaconda yet? Because I remember they were talking about doing that, and that is something I would like to do, is have an Anaconda and an Eagle. One, because it's funny, and two, because I know the Eagle sucks, but I love flying it. I love flying the Eagle, and I know that they have an Imperial Eagle now, and I kind of want to get my hands on one of those if I'm going to get back into it. Because the Eagle, it's not a good ship. You just get vaporized if someone focuses on you. But if you can fly in a wing with people to kind of take the fire off you, the Eagle can bring a surprising amount of firepower in a very, very specific place. And again, it's so much fun to fly. Ooh, the Eagle, gotta go fast, gotta go fast. Fighter bays can only have fighters and not actual proper ships. Oh, so it's like a drone? Can I fly the fighter, or is it just like an NPC ship that I would launch? You can fly with someone and fly their fighter. Oh, okay. Well, what? So an Eagle isn't a fighter? What is a fighter? Maybe we all fighter. I'm gonna have to look this up. I had this idea of making an anime game sword, 120 scale, using aluminum wire for the blade part. And side went, does big brain idea ever work out the way outside? No, big brain ideas never work out. They always turn into something else. That's just the truth. Wire I have is the wrong size. Back to using plastic sheet then. It's probably safer, to be fair. You can fly the fighter, the Type. I'm gonna have to look this up because I don't know what the fighters are. I have a hard time imagining a ship smaller than an Eagle. How is an Eagle not a fighter? How can I not put an Eagle in my ship? What's wrong with you? Oh well. Coming down. Here we have from NB Toby. Haven't had time for mini painting this week. Other hobbies to attend to. Not food either. Sorry. Oh, it's a little terrarium. There's a little terrarium. Is there a beastie in there? Alright, would this be a terrarium? With it's filled with water? What would this be? I'm sure there's a different word for it. Who goes in here? I'm very curious to meet whoever it is that lives in here. But I'm not sure who it is. Eagle's too fat because of frame shift drive. Oh. Poor Eagle getting bullied. How is a striker not a Humvee? Fighters are tiny. Okay, alright. So, what we're comparing here is the TIE Fighter to the X-Wing, basically, which is maybe a little ironic because the TIE Fighter is actually quite massive. But one is just a fighter that requires a ship to dock with, and the other is actually capable of making jumps and fighting on its own. And in that world, I guess the Eagle is technically large enough to do that, but come on, guys, that's nuts. Oh, you hammered an aluminum wire slab. Well, I'll tell you what, if you make something cool, share it with us, Revless. I'd love to see it. About 50 plus fish. Oh, there's little fishies in there. Okay, I thought maybe some type of lizard friend. Some sort of amphibian friend. Either way, it's a very nice looking setup you got there, NB Toby. Aquarium. That's the one because it's full of water, right? I definitely know what I'm talking about. That'll bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus to the end of our stream. Thick Mike is definitely going, eh? Oh my god, I just realized my Stream Deck button won't work because he changed his name. I'm gonna have to do it manually. Shuckles. Let me take a look at who all is on before I go making any command decisions. Sea Fox paints, Megapedia is painting, Holly Monster is painting, Zombie Brush is painting, Crocodile is painting, Thick Mike is painting, everybody's painting tonight. Holy shit! This is a lot of people. Normally I would opt for Megapedia or Holly Monster, they're very entertaining, but they've got a lot of people. They got a lot of people in their chat right now. Thick Mike is over there working on that their Minotaur, so why don't we go say hi. Guys, do me a favor, even if you're not planning to stick around much longer tonight, stick around for just a minute. Do me a personal favor, go through with the raid, say hi to Thick Mike, check out what he's working on. It's a really, really cool figure. Did that start? Yeah, that did start. Okay, fantastic. It's a really, really cool figure that he's working on, though. Say hi. If you like what you see, drop him a follow. If you like Apex Legends, he plays that sometimes, too. Really great streamer, great setup. We are going to be back Thursday, March the 18th. We're going to be doing some painting. Cyberpunk has been delayed until at least next week for those of you who are following along with our tabletop role-playing game sessions. And then Sunday the 21st and Tuesday the 23rd, we're going to be painting. I want to get done with these Eternus Continuum figures this week, and I'm going to move over to painting some Warjacks from Warcaster, and then I'm going to be painting some Iron Star Alliance figures, because I'm trying to get 2 skirmish forces done so I can, play the game. What a concept! Oh my god. Guys, thank you for coming out tonight. Really, guys, thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the subs. You always make it just such a pleasure to stream each and every time. Huge thank you to Captain Madlove. Thank you for the raiders who came over. I hope that you had a good time. Huge thank you to my mods. As always, my mod team is one of the best on Twitch, really. Kursala, Project Dark Fox, Riot Sister. I don't know what I would do without you. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Hang out for just a minute, go with the raid, say hi to Thick Mike. Until next time, keep on painting.